Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
This is the Finding Gnosis show.
The show will start when one of you
clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link.
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link.
what do you want to say?
Click on the link.
What do you want to say?
Click on the
The
link.
show will start when you click on the link and say
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This is the Finding Gnosis show.
the show will start when one of you
Clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis show.
The show will start when one of you
Clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link.
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link.
what do you want to say?
Click on the link.
What do you want to say?
Click on the
The
link.
show will start when you click on the link and say
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This is the Finding Gnosis show.
the show will start when one of you
Clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the Finding Gnosis show.
The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? Can you see the link in the show's chat? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link.
Click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that is to be seen in the chat.
When you feel compelled to speak,
Click on the link.
what do you want to say?
Click on the link.
What do you want to say?
The show will start when you click on the link and say, click on the link. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The show will start when one of you clicks on the link that you'll be seen in the show's chat.
Can you see it? Can you see the link? When you feel compelled to speak, click on the link. Click on the link in the show's chat.
This is the
Hello, 1 second, guys.
show. The show will
Yes, it is.
start when one of you.
Okay, that's enough for that. Welcome to another Finding Gnosis show, where we try to explore what exactly is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing together, and we try to find out what exactly we should be doing whilst we are here on this strange journey through time and space. Today's show, the idea was brought to you by Mr. Vegan Equilibrium, who has turned up here on time. Wonderful stuff. The show is about our inner child, something you hear bandied around in, armchair psychology circles, popular psychology, pop psychology, Cosmopolitan magazine, perhaps. Our inner child, is this something we should recognize? And what does it mean to do so? Is this an important pathway to sanity, to becoming a functional adult, to perhaps achieving gnosis? Should we recognize our inner child? Mr. Vegan Equilibrium, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. Why on earth did you want to talk about this topic in particular?
I think I was having a conversation with someone last night about it, and I'm
Sorry? You're having a conversation with somebody last night about it. Okay, and tell us more.
yeah, I was what was it? It was something about recognizing our inner child, and why is that important? To offer support to ourselves to see, okay, so we have to just say, what is the inner child, right? And I have this image of my inner child, or what an inner child is, and it's like, because we were this person once, right? We weren't always an adult, and we have an identity. Most of us feel that we have an identity as an adult, but we had an identity as a child once. That was a important part of our life. We essentially were not just a different person, as in, we're never the same person we were the day before, right? We always change a little bit, but we were a very different person. We were we had a different psychology to a certain degree, a whole different kind of body, a whole different way of viewing the world. The way that most people interact with a child is very different than how they're going to interact with an adult. So
Indeed.
The way,
But the question becomes, so what? So what? I mean, personally speaking, I'm off the mind now that, yeah, you were a child once, you were vulnerable, you were ignorant, you perhaps didn't know your ass from your elbow, you were put in difficult spots, people mistreated you, you were victimized, perhaps. But you're an adult now. It's time to get with the program.
so
And yeah, you can recognize that you were traumatized, but get on with it.
well, I'm
Get on with life.
not ever. I don't know that everyone's been traumatized per se, but yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have. And I think the important part is what is our inner child feeling? What are they asking for? And like when I think of my inner child, the first thing that comes to my mind is someone who is melancholy, who feels alienated, who feels silly or kind of stupid or whatever, someone who is, it's a lot of negative feelings. Some people have an inner child, I think, that is very playful, that's very excited, that's very happy-go-lucky, right? So what kind of support, and so this persona, I think it lives within us. It is part of our psyche, and what kind of support can we offer it? If we recognize our inner child and we say, what does that archetype say about ourselves, and then what do they need? Well, like for most of us, it's like self-love, and maybe that's telling our inner child, it's okay, I'm here, I got you, I'm going to protect you, or whatever, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to protect yourself. Yeah, I mean, okay. You may or may not be able to do that, is my thought. You may or may not be able to protect yourself, depending on what it is you're trying to protect yourself from. This inner child stuff, I mean, what it really is, in my view, is as an adult appreciating that once you were clueless, but now you have more knowledge, and you wouldn't have allowed yourself to be put in a situation that you were put in as a child, perhaps if you were on the, if you were abused or maltreated or neglected, you wouldn't do that to yourself. And I suppose part of it is recognizing that you wouldn't do it to somebody else. But I think
isn't there a way to actually visualize your inner child and then say, I'm going to do something that can change my perception or the way I view my inner child? So okay, if I have this very melancholy sort of picture of who that person is in my head, is there a way that I can change that perception and put a smile on that child's face and make them feel more confident?
You're kind of retrospectively going back to put a band-aid on yourself as a child in your mind.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something
I mean,
like
that is something I heard somebody say once, and I thought, yeah, that's probably good advice. If you're getting traumatizing, bad memories that coming back to haunt you, if you're ruminating on things that went wrong for you as a child, they do say one of the things you can do as an adult to those memories is when you have this repeated visualization in your mind's eye of the time where you were abused, neglected, or something was said to you that was inhumane, you can actually imagine anything now because you're an adult. So you can imagine yourself as an adult going in and interacting in that visualization, in that imaginative scene from your memory. And you can, for example, hold the hand of your younger self and say, hey, you don't need to take this, let's go. You can interact with it, you can do that. So yeah, you can do that, and I think that might be a useful tool for some people.
Well,
but I think the danger of all this inner child stuff is thinking that we ourselves are solely victims and not perpetrators.
Well, no, I obviously, no, I understand that. Okay, we can obviously use some we can
Reality.
be discerning, right? But what the main thing is what can we, that still doesn't mean we can't think, what can we do what can I do to support this, I don't know, what should I say, should I call it an archetype? Is that, I don't know if archetype's the right
use
word. I don't know if that's the right word.
this ghost,
Persona,
this ghost from my past that still lives on.
I wouldn't even call it a ghost. I would just say it's, what can I do to support this, entity? I don't know what the word would be. Somebody help me.
Well,
This is my inner child asking for help.
It's like a version of you from the past. It's a ghost of your former self. It doesn't exist. It's something that lives on only in your memory, but it in and of itself, it doesn't exist, and it doesn't actually. The bit that you remember perhaps is a fragment of the whole, and not necessarily the bigger picture. It's in some ways it is what you are remembering is pure trauma without the bigger picture. Now, as an adult, you have the bigger picture. And for example, if you were traumatized, now you would be able to look at the person who is being mean to you, abusing you, and realize actually they have a big fucking problem. Maybe they have a personality disorder. Maybe they're jealous of you. Maybe they're stupid. Maybe, whatever it is, they have a problem. So you have knowledge now that you didn't have back then. So again, what you're remembering in some ways is just a fraction of the whole. Now you have more pieces of the puzzle. So when that memory comes into your mind's eye, when you think about this traumatic experience from the past, you can say, yeah, that happened. But the truth is, I have more information now to make sense of why that happened. And if it happened now, I would reflect upon it differently and take myself out of that situation. I don't know if dwelling on it, thinking about it too deeply serves you too well. I mean, if you start meditating about your inner child, talking to your inner child, I don't know if that's any good. I think you just need to take what you need from it, realize it is only a small fraction of reality, and in many ways it's viewed through your lens. It's the subjective version of events. Don't get too worked up about it. Don't get too worked up about it.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, don't get too worked. I don't know. I think that it could be, there could be some, I don't know. I was just sort of thinking maybe this is an idea that we don't think about enough. Like, I think that maybe there's the symbolism is heavier than we often think. This person who we were plays a much bigger role in our lives than we ever really think about.
Should it?
I mean, I think it's I don't know. It's part of how we relate. It's part of how we relate to the world.
Yeah. Should a version of you that didn't have as much knowledge as you have more of an impact on you than your current self?
I don't know. Maybe it's woo-woo, stupid thing. I don't know.
Well, I'll open up. People, you can come on and talk about this idea of recognizing your inner child. How you feel about it? Is it something that you've done? Is it something you recommend others to do? Look, I think it's look. I'm not saying don't recognize traumatic things that happen to you, but I'm saying don't pin your identity to them. Don't let them become your acolyte through reality, because, as I said, those things perhaps wouldn't happen to you now. I mean, for a start, you're probably about 5 foot taller, maybe. I don't know. 4 foot taller, 3.5 foot taller. I don't know. And people take you different. You are not a child anymore. Okay, you're an adult, and we do know humans are superficial, so people look at you now as what you are, an adult. So you don't need to be afraid anymore. You don't need to think that you're that little toddler, that little 5-year-old, that little 6-year-old, because you're not. You have more tools in your toolbox. You have more knowledge, and I would hope so. And you would do things differently, wouldn't you, if you met the same circumstances? I would hope so. And if you don't do things differently, I mean, again, is that really the fault of the inner child, or the fault of what happened to the inner child, or is it the fault of the self now, not utilizing its knowledge? Maybe the inner child was set in motion and became used to a set of circumstances and allowed those circumstances to continue, or had no choice but to allow those circumstances to continue. So that became the impression on their identity and molded them into what they are. Maybe, yes, I agree. But if you're thinking about it, it shows that now you have more knowledge. You can maybe crack that mold, and you can step outside of that which constrains you. Maybe. So
all right, well, I mean, you nailed it, so that's it for that topic. Next.
I don't know if I nailed it. Hello to brother Marcus. Salutations, brother. Tell us more about this inner child malarkey stuff.
I don't know. I don't know enough about it. It was just
work. Inner child work. I'm just looking up the Google. I searched for it and it came up on positivepsychology.com. I mean, inner child, is this a term that's used in professional psychology? I don't know. Inner child work is the process of acknowledging, nurturing, and healing the younger parts of yourself to address unmet childhood needs and emotional wounds. What inner child work is? Inner child work, also called inner child healing, involves connecting with the younger version of yourself that experienced unmet needs, trauma, or neglect during childhood. This part of you carries memories, emotions, and coping patterns that continue to influence your adult life, including relationships, self-esteem, and emotional responses. It is not about being childlike, but about reparenting and nurturing your inner self to provide the care and validation you may have lacked. It matters because unresolved childhood experiences can manifest as repeating negative patterns, emotional triggers, or difficulty forming healthy relationships. Inner child work helps you process these experiences, develop self-compassion, and integrate your past into a healthier present. By acknowledging and listening to your inner child, you can reduce feelings of abandonment, shame, or fear that persist from early life. Techniques and practices, so here we go. Common methods for inner child work include journaling and letter writing to your younger self to express understanding, love, and reassurance. Visualization exercises, imagining comforting and nurturing interactions with your inner child. Self-soothing practices, techniques like butterfly hugs or gentle self-hugs to provide physical and emotional comfort. Meditation and mindfulness, creating stillness to connect with and listen to your inner child. Therapeutic guidance, working with a therapist trained in inner child healing, attachment theory, or parts-based therapy can provide structured support. So it says here how to start. Acknowledge your inner child, recognize the younger self within you, and validate their feelings. Create a self space, find a calm environment where you can reflect without interruption. Offer compassion and care. Speak to your inner child with kindness, reassurance, and understanding. Reflect on patterns. Notice recurring emotional reactions or behaviors that may stem from childhood experiences. Practice consistently. Inner child work is ongoing. Gradual awareness and repeated nurturing lead to lasting change. Okay, so the benefits are, apparently, engaging in inner child work can lead to improved emotional regulation and resilience, healthier relationships and attachment patterns, greater compassion and self-acceptance, healing from past trauma and reduced emotional triggers, enhance personal growth and authenticity in adult life by integrating these practices into daily life. or therapy, individuals can reconnect with their inner child, address unresolved pain, and cultivate a more compassionate and empowered sense of self. There you go. Sounds interesting. Brother Marcus says it is rooted in Jungian psychology. It is commonly integrated into trauma-informed care, internal family systems, and Gestalt therapy to heal emotional wounds. So we have somebody here called Paul. Paul, do you want to come on the show? The link is in the live chat. He says, hi all. He says he's just investigating his inner child. He says he now knows his mother was a narcissist. These creatures have a profound effect on their children, which must be addressed and identified to move on. Well, I'm sorry you think your mother was a narcissist. Yeah, I'm sorry you feel that way. Again, the person who finds out their mother was a narcissist must also ask whether they themselves have narcissistic traits, whether they themselves are, wholesome and, a good effect on others. It's not all about the mummy. Sometimes it's about what we do as individuals. And you could say that's part of this inner work therapy, that we're not just trying to soothe ourselves, but trying to improve ourselves. Any, negative thought processes that we picked up along the way from our parents, perhaps any any prejudicial views that we had on others that we might have got from our parents. I know a lot of people gain that they have views that stigmatize others based on their socioeconomic background, and they get that from their parents sometimes, because mum might say to the child, oh, you can't play with those kids, don't talk like that, you're not one of the common people. Or maybe their mum and dad might say racist things, and the kids pick up on that, and then they start thinking in this manner, and sometimes they thankfully break out of that in later life when they mix with others. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they continue with that line of thinking. So there's no doubt that what our parents do and say to us has a profound effect on us. But I think one must be careful, very careful, that we don't try and soothe ourselves too much, because there does come a time when we need to wake up and smell the coffee and realize our shit doesn't stink. We're not saints. We're hurting people perhaps in what we do and say. And as an adult, it is time to utilize our reasoning skills to try and work out what the fuck we're doing wrong. Not just to hurt ourselves, but to hurt others. Sorry, Vegan Equilibrium, I'm going on and on. But anybody want to come on? Link is in the live chat. We are talking about our inner child, past trauma, and its effect on us as adults. This kind of thing. Interesting stuff. They do say your personality is formed very young in life because of how the home dynamics turn out. So I suppose you could say it's a very problematic situation, because surely your personality shapes your thinking, and yet then you're using your thinking to try and work on your inner child, but your thinking is shaped by your personality that was shaped by the dynamics of your home situation, which might have been problematic for the inner child. So it may be that your thinking is screwed, is not in the right frame of mind to help you. But I suppose sometimes it is. Retro, do you want to come on here and talk? He says, excellent subject. We'll come on and talk about it then. Vegan Equilibrium, do help us out. Paul says he's an empath. They all say that. Everyone says they're an empath. What does that mean? I mean, we know what a psychopath is. Apparently, it can be pointed out on a brain scan. Can you point out what an empath is on a brain scan? I don't think so. I don't know if you really are an empath, Paul. I don't know if I really am. I think I'm sensitive. Yeah, I'm a sensitive person. Now, was that sensitivity caused by my own experience waking me up to things, or was I naturally sensitive to the hurt people that are around me? Would I be sensitive to the hurt people around me if I hadn't been hurt myself? I don't know. I don't think so. I think most people wouldn't be. This is why I'm reluctant to be too harsh to people who just don't get it. They just don't understand suffering, because yeah, maybe their brain wasn't affected by suffering as much as, the people whose brain has been affected by suffering. It's not their fault. That's the brutal nature of this reality. Some people just don't get it. Some people just don't get it, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault. But anyway, Paul says he is an empath. He says he married a narcissist as well. He said he was married to her for 35 years. He says the spiritual insights he has had are truly amazing, but he wouldn't have chosen this path to get them. Paul, do come on and tell us about that, Mr. Stubbs. That sounds extremely interesting. Would love to hear about these spiritual insights you've had around, the idea that you are an empath, around human suffering, and what this is doing for you and how it may be able to help others. Paul, what's the point of being spiritual if you're not helping us all? Come on and tell us about it. You say you're an empath. Well, now's your opportunity to be an empath and actually help us all. There's people watching the show in immense states of suffering, and they're looking for help. Come on and be their help if you believe you can be. Vegan Equilibrium, you're very, very quiet. Do help me. I'm drowning in a sea of my own, what, coming out of my mouth. Please say something.
Well, you showed some of your own character there when you just tried to manipulate Paul into coming on the show.
I tried to manipulate Paul into coming on the show. Well, that's a bit harsh.
Wonder what your inner child feels. How your inner child feels about that.
Right. Well, you see, that's a bit harsh. I mean, I think you're being a little bit too much of a bleeding heart.
You're playing on his empathic nature for your own gain to get more people on the panel.
Well, you see, there's a reason for that, Vegan Equilibrium, and it's because you yourself recommended this show, and I don't want it to reflect
see now you're blame shifting again. Darvo deflects. I don't remember what it stands for, but yeah, it's like reverse victim blaming.
Okay, Vegan Equilibrium, I'm a piece of shit, and what are you? Okay, no problem.
I didn't say that either. That's manipulative too.
Look. The link is in the live chat. We are trying to talk about the inner child. I want to hear about it. I want to hear what you're all doing to soothe this inner child, why it's important. I suppose it's a dangerous subject because some people, when they soothe the inner child, they might get angry. They might say, those fucking bastard parents of mine, or whoever the fuck it was, your teacher, your siblings, your auntie and uncle, your granny and granddad, whoever it was, you might say, those fucking bastards, they mistreated me. I wouldn't have done that. And, I don't know. Maybe you would have done that if you were them. That's the other side of this. Part of this process is to become understanding that you would have done what they did if you had have been them. That, I believe that's part of the moving on process. You have to try and realize that everybody is coming to their actions from forces that shape them and forces that continue to shape them. And, they are doing what they do because that is what they want to do, or that is what they feel needs to be done in that moment. And sometimes it's instinctual, it's animalistic. Other times it's because of some weird hormonal imbalance. Other times it's because, they don't have enough knowledge at hand, or they don't even know what they're doing is wrong because it was done to them, So I don't know. I think sometimes moving on is about forgiving as well. As you can see what happened to you, but you can realize that, if these people had the knowledge I had now, looking back at this, they wouldn't have done it. They wouldn't have done it. But that's the kind of sentimental view of it. I suppose the more pragmatic view of it is to accept we live in a world of people doing shit together, and to take the lesson learned from it, that it hurts to be manipulated, abused, oppressed, physically, hurt, whatever it was that happened to you. These things hurt us, and now as an adult, we're better positioned to put ourselves in positions where that can't happen to us again. So yeah, I bring it back to, don't stay too long in the past, for fear that it may affect how you act in the present, because the important work to be done is now. How can you change the state of affairs now for the better for you and for others? We have somebody here called Fatima. Do give us your thoughts on our inner child. Should we recognize it? What the hell does that even mean, Fatima? And by the way, everybody else in the chat, Brother Marcus, Life Abolitionism, Paul Stubbs, Retro, whoever else is there, do come on. Link will be shared now in the live chat. Fatima.
Hi everyone. Hi Vegan. Hi D&W. How's everyone doing? Yeah, pretty interesting topic you chose, D&W. Our inner child. Dang, you know something
I didn't
about.
choose it. I didn't choose it. Vegan Equilibrium chose it. Sorry.
Oh really? Oh, then yeah, pretty interesing topic. Vegan.
I'm just trying to soothe his inner child by giving him validation.
Okay. Well, that's a very.
Now you're taking shots. Now you're taking shots. Man,
Go ahead.
Real piece of work over here. All right.
Okay. No, but seriously, like, it's a pretty interesting question, because I have struggled with this question myself, because like, even now I've always wondered, I wish I was like a kid again, because like life was so much more simpler. I was more like innocent to the world. I didn't recognize things, I just lived, I just enjoyed life, and it wasn't until like I turned into my teenagers years, that's when I started to get more self acknowledgement about a lot about myself, about the world, about complex systems. I started to read more at such a young age, and yeah, and so now it's pretty complicated now, because like, do I really want to go back to my inner child to unlock it? Because like, sure, I was innocent and free from like from anxiety and problems now, but at the same time, like, I had no idea about all the things that interest me now, which kind of bring me a lot of like cerebral like actions in my head. They give me a lot, like a high intellectual high. And knowing what I am now, like a trans person now, like, do I want to go back to a time that I don't feel I was my true self, if you know what I mean, right? So I don't know how I feel about that question. It's very decisive, because on the one hand, yeah, I was innocent and happy as a child, but at the end, it would have ended pretty soon. And oh, that's a nice comic you got there, Sacred Vessel.
Yeah, very well said there, Retro. Sacred Vessel has some a picture he drew on screen. Very nice, Sacred Vessel. You kind of, I somewhat, I understand what you're saying, Fatima. Indeed, I was saying things along those lines before you came on the show. We need to be careful how much we dilly-dally in the past. At back then we were a blank canvas. Now we have much written upon us, and we contain much more in terms of information. We've been able to compare, contrast our experience of reality and our observations of it. So
yeah,
you're not comparing like with like. You aren't your younger self anymore.
No, I'm not. I am not. Yeah.
You've literally moved on.
Yes.
So whilst you can look at it, it is. I think you can look at it, but don't try to like. Don't every day say, "Oh, this is my inner child." No, it's you now. It's you
Yeah.
now reacting to what is happening, and you know better now. You have lots of tools at your beck and call that you can utilize to better your life. You're
Yes.
not that inner child anymore. I'm sorry. That inner child
No,
is a phantom. Doesn't
it
exist.
is. Yeah, it doesn't exist because I believe that the past that doesn't exist anymore, and the future has yet to exist. All we have is the now, the
Unless we live in
present.
a
I'm a firm
block
believer
universe.
that the only
Unless we live in a block universe where there is no flow of time and
danger
everything
don't be.
exists all at once.
Yes.
But we won't
Yes.
go there.
Oh, of course, yeah. But that's just my theory. That's just how I view it. Yeah, I'm not making like a metaphysical claim, but like how I see my life is that the future is gone. I mean, no, the past is gone. The future has yet to be here. Now all I have is now. So yeah, as much as I want to like enjoy like watching cartoons as a kid and playing outside and not having any stress about like money and the world's problems because I'm aware of it. I exist in the world, of course, right? I exist in it along with other people that exist in it. I wish I didn't know a lot of like the dark secrets of the world, like the conspiracies that really keep me up at night. I wish I didn't know that. I didn't know that as a kid. I could have gone my life without knowing that, but now I know.
As
But
usual. As usual,
But-
things have become polemic here on the Finding Gnosis show. And we have our resident contrarian who is loved and adored. Life abolitionism. Do come on here and tell us what exactly you disagree with and why. I'd love to hear your commentary.
Yeah,
We
course,
know
yeah.
he disagrees. We know.
Yeah, but like as I was saying, like yeah, and now what I am now, I'm a person who's undergoing a very strong change. It does not match the person who I was when I was a kid. The person who I was a kid like can't even like imagine what I would be now. Of course not. Maybe there were some hints here and there, but at the same time, like I could never go back to who I once was before, and I don't want to because like as much as my childhood was easygoing, there were other things not so well too around it. Like I was happy, I was naive and innocent, but the people around me, the adults, my older brother, they weren't happy. And after recognizing that stuff, remembering it, everyone was mad at each other, and I was just the one that didn't know any better. So like I kind of lived in my own ignorance, in my own small island. It was almost like like everyone was trying to protect me, but they were very unhappy with each other. And so yeah, so like was my life back then good for me, but it wasn't good for everyone else though, and that's a fact because my parents got a divorce and I have other family issues. So yeah. So it wasn't the best time for everyone, only for my own like.
But it wasn't the worst of times either, was it?
No, it wasn't. I didn't have a horrible childhood. It's just that like we did like.
So this is what I'm getting to. When you look back at your past, make sure you look for the good times as well.
Of course.
Be careful you don't paint that canvas black because it wasn't all bad. And I'm sorry if that sounds like a terrible thing to say, but even those who had horrific family backgrounds, I'm sure I hope you met someone nice along the way, maybe outside of your family dynamic. I would hope. I hope there was a teacher somewhere who wasn't a bad person, a friend in school, perhaps. I don't know. Little old lady who lived a few houses down. I hope there was somebody back then who wasn't completely monstrous. I want to bring in I want to bring in Retro. Retro's been waiting. He's calling himself Sacred Vessel today. Sacred Vessel, what do you want to say about the topic today? Our inner child. Should we recognize it? And what the hell does that mean?
Yeah. We all have wounds. We have to recognize those wounds, and they come of one of three places. It's at school we were bullied, or we were put into a place in our friendships we had a certain role to play, whether it was the one that got picked on, or the one doing the pick on, or the one that didn't say anything, or the one that helped the bully, the henchman, whatever. We all had our role. And then at home, you had your role. So it's either you're a communicator, you're a go-between, again, or you were the black sheep, or you were the one that was, blamed for everything, or you were the teacher's pet, you were mommy or daddy's favorite, or you had no mommy and daddy. So you associate with orphans. And then there's the next group is the group when you first started listening to music, not just any music, the first music you chose, and you probably smoked a cigarette or drank a drink or did drugs or alcohol when you listened to that music. And that's basically what I think creates every human being.
Okay. Life abolitionism. What do you have to say about this topic, our inner child? Should we recognize it? And what the hell does that even mean?
I mean, I can't sit here for long, but I disagree that like what happened to you in your childhood is a phantom that is no longer relevant. I think whatever trauma you experienced as a child shapes who you are as an adult. And a lot of people are not even aware of it. They have not processed it. They don't recognize why they're doing what they're doing, and a lot of it does stem from childhood. So it's like this. I mean, this is something. I'm not gonna get into psychological terms because I probably need to research it. Like I'm familiar with like Jung and certain theories, but basically, if your childhood development isn't shaped correctly, it forms who you become as an adult. It's not something that's irrelevant to say, oh, that happened, 20, 30 years ago. So it's like it's not a part of who you are today. It absolutely is.
Okay. Yes. That's look. When I say phantom, I meant it literally doesn't exist. It's something you're harping back to something that doesn't exist, but the effects of it, I don't deny. But I'm saying there is no inner child, quite literally. Now there is only you in the present moment, and that's what has to get its act together. That's what has to move on. There's no inner child to soothe. There is nothing there. What is here is a human being who has a certain set of tools, certain set of knowledge, and ability to utilize those in a more pragmatic way for attainment of satisfaction in life.
I don't know about that. I think your inner child is still here because even though you're technically an adult, you're still a child to other authorities. You're a child to the state. You're a child to your employer. It's like there's people who go to work who have to ask permission to go to the restroom. Like I'm not sure what you mean when you say the inner child doesn't exist. Like
You're not a child to the state as an adult. There are expectations put on your shoulder. You've moved beyond the age of reason. You are treated like an adult. Once you reach a certain age, there's no escape. There are expectations put on your shoulders. Not the same for little children.
I don't know about that. I feel like I'm the state's child. There's a lot of things that I can't do that I wish I could do, but the state sort of supersedes my will. I don't think that just because you turn 18, all of a sudden you're free and you have complete autonomy over your life.
I think what's interesting is you're painting the situation where you feel imprisoned by a power as being like that of being parented as a child. You view parents as prison wardens in some sense. That's what that's really saying to me. You view parents as prison wardens because you view yourself now as an adult imprisoned in a system that you don't particularly like or agree with, and you're basically saying that's the same as being a child and having parents.
Right. It's like everybody's your mom and daddy. They want to tell you how to live your life. And then all of a sudden when the consequences come, now you're an adult. Now it's about your personal choice. But where did you have personal choice when everybody's making decisions for you? I mean, I don't think that people realize how little control they actually have of their lives. Like they have control over their consumer choices, but a lot of these decisions have already been determined, and you can't do anything about it.
Okay, so going back to the topic, our inner child. what do you suggest people do? They go in, look at their energy. How do you? What's the methodology here? Life abolitionism in terms of analyzing your inner child,
Yeah,
looking
because
at it, looking at its traumas, and trying to soothe it, trying to make sure that you learn from them and don't put yourself in that position as an adult when you have more agency, even though you don't think we have the agency you would like.
I think people need to be honest about whatever traumas they face, because a lot of times people want to give their parents a free pass because they don't want to make the parents feel guilty. But it's not about feeling guilty. It's about processing your own trauma. So don't like give them a free pass. Like, you need to actually own your own trauma. And if your parents are still, because a lot of times people think, oh, you're an adult, so now you're free to do what you want. But of course, your parents can't I mean, my parents were physically abusive. They can't do that anymore. But then it turns into like psychological manipulation. Like, they still control you, because it's like, if you don't do everything that they say, oh, you're being disrespectful, honor thy mother, thy father, or like they make it seem like if you didn't do everything the way they wanted, that you somehow slighted them. So if you have parents who are abusive and toxic and narcissistic, like psychologically, they still control you as an adult, and you feel like, I mean, even though you're an adult, you feel like when you're dealing with them, like you're still a child. And but again, when you do listen to them and they make bad decisions, then it's, oh, that's on you. You're an adult. It's like, yeah, but you said I was supposed to do what you said, and they don't take any responsibility for it.
You sound very harsh about parents in general.
I don't. I mean, I'm just.
So I understand you went through trauma, but what do you say to the people that say you haven't done enough inner child work because you're painting parents out to be monsters, and really you would part of the healing is to realize, most of them were just doing their best, and you would have done what they did if you were them.
The most healing thing. The most healing thing I've done would be to go no contact and not have to deal with their abuse in the first place. I should not have to work. I mean, there was a psychologist talking about how the people who seek
No,
there's a psychologist talking about how the people who seek therapy are always the victims, is never the people who are causing the harm. And so they always say, oh, you need help. It's like, no, I don't need help. They need help so that they can stop abusing people, because really the help is really just so that you can become strong enough to tolerate their abuse, so that they can abuse you, but it doesn't affect you as much. It's like, no, I don't have to work on myself because I've already cut the abuse out. Now that the abuse has been removed from my life, I'm perfectly fine. Now that person, that my mother, can go abuse her husband, whoever else tolerates her abuse.
no, I mean, part of the healing would be that
I
you
get you.
can, as an adult, choose to tolerate or walk away from it. That's like realizing you do have agency. I know you say you don't have much agency, but to say that you do have some agency, if you're lucky. Obviously, not everybody has this level of agency. Some people are hidden away in the back room upstairs by their parents as adults. But some of us do have agency to walk away. You've chosen to do that. And part of that perhaps has been because you've analyzed, past trauma and realized you're not going to take that level of shit anymore.
Right, but that was like when I'm already in my 30s, and I felt like prior to that I had to do it. I felt like I had a duty to put my parents' needs first, to be respectful. It's like it shouldn't have taken me that long to realize that I could act. I didn't think that was even an option. I didn't think that I could just, because of the brainwashing. I felt that if I didn't like whatever have a relationship with my parents, that I was harming them in some kind of way. Like they were entitled to my energy, and it became untenable, because it's like you're taking such a toll on my mental health, and most of it is voluntary. It's not like, I mean, people have ups and downs, right? Nobody's perfect, but the things that they were doing was intentional. They're intentionally being assholes. They don't want any accountability. They don't want to be called out on their shit, and they just think that they're entitled to just continue being toxic, and you just have to put up with it. And it's like, I'm not going to keep telling you. I'm not going to keep calling you out on this shit. It's so exhausting to constantly do that. You don't want to change. The only thing I can do is remove myself from the situation. You can like this is the thing. It's the same thing I've been telling you, DNW. The world can remain as it is. It's not entitled to my participation. So if you want to be a toxic narcissist, you can do that over in Philadelphia, and I will do that over here in this other state. I'm not going to. You're not entitled to my energy. You're not entitled to me being a part of your life. So I'm not trying to change you, but you're not going to harm me either. Because that's one of the things that my father said. He's just like, "Oh, this is just the way I am. This is just the way I talk," as if that's some type of uh, absolution to be an asshole. Like, so it's almost like they don't want to change their behavior, but they just want to spin it so that you can just accept it. Like, oh, I didn't mean anything, and it's like I don't give a shit what your intentions were. Like it is toxic, it is harmful, it is causing a mental toll, and so I'm just going to remove myself from it. So you can make your excuses. You can go talk to the wall. You can talk to your dog. You're not going to be talking to me because I won't be answering your phone calls.
Okay, fine. I mean, yeah, that's your prerogative as an adult. You can, when you're analyzing what is your life story, you know, and you are trying to heal any wounds. Part of that process, maybe, you know, saying, you know, you want to walk away from those kinds of people. But do you understand? Do you agree that part of the process is realizing it's not their fault? That they're just being
No, it's 100% their fault. They chose to be that way. They chose to put. It's not because it's not just the imposition of existence. It's the fact that they chose to be abusive once they imposed existence. All of that was a choice, and they didn't give a shit. They don't change their behavior. They don't want to be called out on it. So I don't know who else is. It's like when you're a child, you're 100% vulnerable. You have no autonomy. They can do whatever they want. They can abuse you. They can, and it's like I had nobody to stand up for me. There was nobody, and so my father, my mother was worse than my father, but my father did not protect me from my mother. And it's like, as an adult, I have to protect myself because nobody else is going to do that. I can't just like think, oh, her needs comes before mine. I have to make sure she's happy because I was conditioned to think that way. Like, no matter what she wants always has to be the priority. And she can. It's like if you believe that, then they can actually destroy your life.
I
And
hear
they don't,
you. I hear you.
and then you're
hear you.
you're the one who's stuck, still living it.
I hear you. I hear you. Now, I'm sorry to hear you went through all that. I think it's good that you found a way to try and cope with the mental suffering that has caused you, and I do wish you the very best with that. But you know, your kind of look back at your inner child or your daily walk with your inner child, has it not led you to the view that perhaps your psychology has been impacted upon because of your experiences, and not everybody else is like that? Some people are extremely happy because they had parents that benefited them to a large degree, and therefore your dissatisfaction with parents in general is caused by your personal trauma, and perhaps unfortunately it's just down to bad luck. It's not something you can paint upon, you know, the picture of what parenting is as a whole, which
I
I
don't,
feel that you do paint parents out to be monsters quite a lot. And I'm just wondering, is that because of what happened to you rather than what is actually the case?
I think what happened to me is largely irrelevant. I mean, I can talk it, yeah, share my story as an anecdote, but at the same time, even if you were the so-called perfect parents, which they don't exist, it's like you still don't have legitimate authority to enslave somebody to the state. They didn't choose these systems. It doesn't matter how good you were as a parent, you still don't have authority to do that. You don't have authority to impose someone into existence and then turn them over to the state where the state has ultimate authority over their lives. It doesn't matter. It like you could you can say it's solipsistic. You can say whatever you want. I think even absent my own personal experience, I can step back and look at this objectively and say, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say they were good parents. If somebody was born, and I know some people are going to sound being ableist, but if you are born with some type of genetic disorder where you're not self-sufficient and you are dependent on your parents or the state, do parents have the right to impose that so that you're handicapped and you have like your quality of life is compromised, like you can't get a job, like they don't have the legitimate authority to do that. They don't. It's completely irrelevant about what I personally experience. Or to just be subjected to state authority where you're constantly being harassed by the police, your taxes are extracted, you have all these laws about what you can and can't do. You're like your whole existence is micromanaged by the state, and you never chose any of this. You can say, oh well, you can just go move to another country, but where are you going to actually go? Where are you at? I mean, realistically, where am I going to go to actually be free and be left alone? So the result is that I'm forced to just be here and just accept my subjugation, and there's not really anything I can do about it. But they want me to pretend to be happy about it.
Thank you for that demonstration of how you feel about reality, life abolitionism. Paul Stubbs says the worst thing about abuse by narcissists is the way they make it seem like it's perfectly normal. As a child, this is impossible to understand. Yes, that is sad. But I suppose, thankfully, you were able to intellectually develop to see the wrong of it and, make sure it doesn't continue for you and maybe be a voice for others to try and spread awareness of this problem, Paul. That I hate to be accused of being a Pollyanna, but turn a negative into a positive somehow. No matter how dire your situation, you can try and make some good out of it.
Well, but that's the problem also, because a lot of these people who were abused by their parents, now they want to procreate so they can so-called give their children a better life than they had. But then maybe they're not as abusive as their parents, but it's like whatever trauma you experience, it does come out in your parenting. So nobody really wants to be as abusive as their parents, but a lot of them do turn out to be exactly as their parents.
Or not.
True. There's something called generational trauma. If you were abused and if that doesn't get resolved, you'll probably abuse a child that you might have. I've seen it happen before with not only my own family, but for a lot of other friends, the family that I went to high school with. Yeah. And
it may not even be abuse, though. It may not be abuse. It may be the traits of your mom or dad might have been trying to be a good person, but maybe they were overly nice. That is a form of abuse. I know, because if they money cuddle you too much, wrap you up in cotton wool too much.
You mean that if they like smother them?
The intention may be good, but they may cause harm. Yeah.
That's also a real possibility too. Yeah, like you mean you are like a helicopter parent, right? You watch over them too much. You give them a lot of security, but you don't really let them walk the fire on their own, right? Right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it can go either way, can't it?
Exactly.
Daniela says this is true. She constantly is guilt tripped for having had a better upbringing with more things than her parents.
Yeah, they always
do that. Okay.
Yeah, they always do that with me too. When I'm like, that doesn't automatically make me feel good about anything, because
well, in some ways it is true, whether you like it or not. Although it's I think it's not nice to kind of make the victim, blame the victim for anything. But in some ways, it might be showing an uncomfortable truth to you that, you do have access to more information and conveniences than your parents did when they were younger. And, that's just a fact. I mean, it is a fact. Like whatever problem you're come up against now, there is information available at hand. It may not solve the problem for you.
It doesn't.
There's more help out there now in the world, I believe, than there was in previous generations, in previous years.
No,
I think it's
I think it's a dismissal. Like when I would talk about like
Yeah.
my experience with like police or the legal system or whatever, my father would always turn it back on him. Oh, when I was your age or when I was young, the police would rough us up and call us the N word. Like you haven't gone through shit. I'm just like, I'm so tired of that. Like, stop comparing what I'm going through to what you're going through. Like, you're my parent. I'm not your parent. It was your parents' responsibility. They're the ones who imposed life on you. I did not do that. So you imposed life on me. Now I'm talking about me. It has nothing to do with what you went through when you were my age. A lot of times they want you to be their parent. Like they think that you're responsible for them. They will like
I'm merely presenting this information to help people perhaps heal a bit and think rationally about matters, to stop being like overly angry and hateful. Because when one realizes that our parents grew up in different times, our parents had access to different information, they were just, for the most part, just trying to get by on what information they had, and with the psychological damage they had, perhaps, that didn't have anywhere to voice or talk about it. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying things were good. I'm just saying you zoom out a little bit so that you're taking it less personally, and look at the bigger system of what was when you were going through all these things as a youngster, and realize it was part of a great big mess, perhaps, and that everyone was just trying to get by. They didn't all have Google. They didn't have Wikipedia. They didn't have Chat GPT or YouTube. They were maybe more insular in how they tried to approach and come up and get by and solve life's problems, because maybe they didn't have any choice but to use their own wits, and sometimes they didn't have enough information.
okay, but I think people need to have radical acceptance of what actually happened. It's not like they just made mistakes or they just didn't know. Sometimes your parents actively tried to harm you. Sometimes they
Yeah.
actively sabotage you. And
Yes.
a lot of people don't want to accept that. They don't want to think, "Oh, my parents wouldn't do that." Like they pretend like it was a mistake, but they did it on purpose.
I had an experience. I've had experiences like that with my family members. I know they'll never admit it, and to a certain degree, I think it maybe was somewhat subconscious. I don't know. When I talked to my therapist at the time about it, he said it was probably because there was a level of jealousy based on what what they had in their childhood, which versus what I was having, and so they wanted to make sure that I it was kind of like was being pulled down.
Right. They a lot of times parents are jealous of their children. They don't want them to exceed them. And a lot of times they
Yeah.
also want you to be dependent on them for the rest of your life. They don't want you to become independent. So they will sabotage you when they think that you're going to be successful.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? You think like most parents want their the bird to leave the nest, but they might feign that, but like on a deeper level they actually don't, because it gives them a feeling of purpose and power and control, to know that you're forever dependent on them.
Yeah, it does. It does for sure. Like, it took me a lot for them to buy into that I want to move to another country, because it almost feels like they want to, like, baby me forever here in the States, and they're like, I don't see a future here. And you're like, yeah, so like I just want to get out. So like I do need to like just get out of their hair. And now they
Zorbath the Geek says he has an inner adult. Yeah, do come on and talk about that, Zorbath the Geek, because I think that's the thing that really matters: who you are as an adult, and
Yeah.
what you're doing right now, and are you utilizing your skills, your knowledge to overcome what is happening to you right now that may be problematic? Are you trying to make yourself better? Are you trying to make the world around you better? Are you trying to help those you care about? Are you utilizing your skills, your knowledge that you have available to you right now? Your parents maybe didn't have
DNW.
access. Your parents didn't have access to the knowledge that you do have now, but you do.
DNW. DNW. I want you to do something. I want you to close your eyes,
I have them
and
already closed.
I want you to I want you to visualize your I want you to tell me what you see, what comes to mind when you think of your inner child. What kind of persona, what kind of emotions are you seeing on this child's face?
Now, who's being manipulative? He's trying to.
let-
I'm only joking. I'm only joking. No, what? So what comes to mind? I mean, in many ways, fun. I mean, I was a gregarious at home. I was gregarious, and my younger years, my very young years, were fun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what else? Like, I was a little bit of a jester, a little bit of a. I was pretty much like I am now in terms of like I was interested in things, trying to find out things, and I was interested in having fun and making people laugh. And yeah, what else do you want me to say? Imagine. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, okay. So do you think that maybe that image you have of your inner child plays a role in you downplaying or diminishing the role of the inner child in other people's lives, because you had a very you have a very happy-go-lucky inner child that doesn't need the kind of support maybe that other people's inner child needs?
Now, I do want to apologize if I came on this show today in a manner that people feel was dismissive. I don't mean to come across like that. I am trying to be helpful, and I do believe many of us have been traumatized in our younger years, and we may not even know it. But yes, okay, I agree. I agree with your statement. We may be with individuals unable to understand others' perspective because we haven't been through similar things. I think that may be true. I, though, do realize people have been traumatized, and I just worry about people clinging to something that isn't there anymore. And when they have very real worldly abilities to not be in that situation again.
Well, let me just say how this plays out, the inner child. If you have it usually plays out in your relationships and like your partners. Like if you either have a daddy complex or a mommy complex. So a lot of women, or I would say in my case as a gay man, you look for a partner to basically be your daddy, to basically give you whatever your actual parents didn't give you, and that actually makes you very vulnerable to like narcissistic abuse, because you will recognize that this person has those traits, and you're looking for you project what you want them to be, but then I think they recognize that, because narcissists, they do see people's vulnerability, they scan for it, and they will exploit it. So you're not even aware of why you're doing this. It's just like you want this relationship because you think you're getting something that you didn't get from your actual parent, and then you go down this toxic road. And I know that, I mean, that works both ways with men and women. A lot of men do look for women to be nurturers because they didn't get it from their mothers. And then a lot of times it's like you're angry at this person because they're not your mother, they're not your father, but it's like you have these needs which were unmet, and it follows you for your.
You're missing one of the key other things. You named a couple, but there's also the Oedipus complex, where you want you want to kill your father and marry your mother. That's like the very,
That's a very
black
old
and white
stuff.
version of it.
Yeah.
And then there's the Electra complex, which is like the opposite.
I mean, that's kind of Freudian stuff, isn't it? A lot of the
Yeah,
time.
Freud and
I
like
mean, I mean, I don't know if we can actually say that's
Was
entirely the case.
everybody here raised with two parents in
I
this
don't
group?
think. Yes,
up until
I was.
age 9. Up until age 9, yeah. But like, yeah.
I want to read a comment here from
No.
Zorba the Geek. Zorba the Geek, sorry. He says, we are overstimulated and under-challenged. We suffer with profusion of choice, and we yearn for childhood where decisions were made for us. That's an interesting statement. That's very interesting.
That's great. That's great.
I like that. Is it that, when we were children, we had things done for us, and everything, even even someone was there to wipe our ass, bring us our meals. Is it that that's what we wish? When we're trying to be successful, we're looking for an easier life. We're looking for that level of maybe not overtly that level of being served, but is that what people want? That they want to be
The less your parents do for you, the better you're an adult. If you know how to do things yourself and stop asking for help, the earlier in life, the better adult you will become.
I think there's a lot of truth in that. There's a lot of truth. There's a lot of truth in that, in my view.
I think it's a balance. I think that if you're expected to make too many decisions at too young of an age, and you don't have the guidance and the support of, what, you're not doing a good job at decision making. I need to help you make this decision right now. It actually leaves you it can leave you in what's a state of learned helplessness because you make the bad decisions that cause irreparable damage to whatever your psyche, your life in some regard, because you're too young to really have a grasp about the decision making process, and then it scars you, and you then become stunted from being able to make decisions. You're always, like this person said, searching then for this time, this guardian who will help you make those decisions, and as LA pointed out, leaves you in this very vulnerable state to be preyed upon by these toxic cluster B type people.
Right. And it's like, who are you going to turn to make decisions for you? And I hate to bring it back to that, but it's the state. Now you think the state should give you like SNAP benefits to feed your family? Like, you're looking for the state or some external force because you have an external locus of control. You can't make decisions for yourself. You're either going to be turning to the state or some religious institution or like a partner. It's like, it's always going to be something external because you don't want to make decisions for yourself. But what kind of society?
Every story worth its salt is basically someone who was ignorant becoming knowledgeable and overcoming a past trauma, overcoming a problem. You're no longer children, people. You're adults, and you have new knowledge to overcome whatever obstacles life has thrown at you, or to try and work towards society overcoming those problems. You are no longer a child. Bad things happened, time was terrible, perhaps, but you're here and now, and you have all of you here have the ability to do something different, to do life in a manner that you prefer.
No, that's not true. Again, and I don't want to keep bringing it back to the government, but it's like there are things that you can't do. And if your parents have actually caused permanent damage to your life, it's irreparable. You can't just you can't return back to the past. Like, I can't, I mean, I don't want to be specific about the harms that my parents.
Child is never healed. That's where you're going to live, though, is the past.
No, it's not about my mental. It's like they can put you on a trajectory that is irreversible to where you can't fix things that they did. It's not,
You
you
are
can
no
change your mindset.
longer you are no longer a baby crying in the pram, but you can certainly allow yourself to be that if you want to.
I mean, I don't want to be specific because I want to keep my privacy. But if they did certain things that affected your life, you can't fix that. I can change my mindset all I want, but if they destroyed my life, what am I supposed to do about that?
Rebuild yourself like a phoenix from the ashes.
Forgive
And,
them. Forgive yourself. You got to forgive yourself.
It's not about them. I can forgive them all I want. But I'm talking about my actual circumstances.
No, LA. You can get inspiration from others who have also met trials and tribulations in life and come out the other side.
It doesn't change my circumstances. It doesn't.
Trying to connect others, trying to lift themselves up.
You're focusing on the mental side of it. It's like that's not the problem. My actual circumstances are real. I can't fix that.
Okay, well,
DNW is going to be our daddy now.
I tell you what, you'd all be getting out there to do some work in the garden.
What?
Yeah. Daddy DNW.
Daddy NW. Daddy NW.
Daddy NW.
Zorba the Geek says, embrace who you have become. Embrace who you love who you have become, and know that going forwards, you are an enlightened being to somewhat life abolitionism. You know things were done to you that were wrong, and you can you're intellectual. You're somebody who's intelligent. You can voice concern for others who haven't got a voice.
I'm tired of that. I'm tired of being a sacrificial animal, using my hardship to benefit others, but it never benefits me. What do I get out of this? I mean, of course you can say it makes you stronger, but stronger
Your
for what?
misery,
It doesn't
you're
benefit
wearing it like
me.
a badge.
Oh, there you
How
go.
does it benefit me though? That's my question.
You should ask yourself. You shouldn't wear it as a badge. This life is to teach all of us a lesson. Each of us have a different lesson to learn. Accept your GD lesson, and you got to move on. So we all move on. It's just like a thing. It's just like the catch-22 of life.
Okay, I moved on. I accept it. I'm still here. My quality of life is still shit. So I can move on all I want. My circumstances are not moving on.
You have not moved
He moves on
on.
every day by walking every day. That's how he moves on.
No,
Yeah,
you're saying I'm not moving on because my circumstances are still fucked up as a consequence of things that I allowed my parents to do to me. So I can move on all I want. You guys are focusing on the wrong thing. It's like if your parents actively sabotage you and your life is still shit, what are you supposed to do with that?
I had a very similar occurrence of life
that's
sabotage.
completely your choice as an adult. You're no longer. I know you feel that you're the child of the state, but you literally. There's no other adult out there, that has you imprisoned in the house under a curfew. You can go out and do things. Life abolitionism. You can come on the stream. You can. I'm not saying you have total agency over matters.
Of course not.
Surely you have more agency than you did when you were a child.
Okay, as an adult, am I free to no longer exist with medical assistance? I mean, stop gaslighting me. You know what I'm talking about. We don't have agency over the most fundamental decisions about our own lives.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes that seems to be the case. Sometimes.
Zorba the Geek says time is a great teacher. Zorba the Geek, come on and teach us.
Not all the time.
Go to a robe and go to the temple. It's just like if you hate life, then turn off your phone, go to a temple, wear a robe, eat rice. There's plenty of people that do give up.
I might do that. I might do that in Thailand.
Who's going to pay my student loans while I'm sitting in some temple somewhere?
You don't have to do
pay
that.
him.
No,
Screw
you
him.
don't have
Screw
to do
him.
that.
Have you ever
Here's the
thought
thing.
of starting a life abolitionism crowdfunder? Maybe we might pay for your holiday to Tibet. Or
No,
to,
try Thailand. No, Thailand. Thailand is where all like the great monasteries. Life abolitionism.
Nepal.
Life abolitionism. Here's
Nepal
the
would be
thing
better.
about the monks and monasteries. Their food is entirely dependent on alms. Yeah, like if you're a monk, you have to walk all the way around the village close to you, and you have to like be dependent on just the pure generosity of like the villagers around you. Yeah, that's pretty extreme there. Yeah, they only eat like once a day.
I want to bring in G here. G, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say about this topic at hand, or why did you feel compelled to come on? What is it you want to say?
I just see you guys on, so I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay.
No problem at all. We
Glad
have
to have you. Welcome.
Count Marcus. Count Marcus, brother, you're on the Fighting
Thank
Gnosis
you.
show. What
Happy
is
to
it
be
you'd like
welcome.
to say, Count Marcus?
Hey, what's up?
I felt compelled to just back up Life A.
LA. You
Yeah.
have a somebody who wants to join your
LA?
team. Yeah, Life Abolitionism.
Marcus.
And he also has his supporters in the chat as well. Don't worry about that.
I support him too. He's quiet.
Liam, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Liam and Liam, are you there?
I am.
Liam,
Can
what
you
would
hear
you
me?
like to say, Liam?
Okay. Well, I came into the conversation late. Good evening, fellow guests. By
What
the
the
way.
hell? There's two DMWs now.
Wait, two DNWs? Because you guys kind of like sound alike. And that's what brother
Okay.
I think someone is unmuted. What did I want to say? Well, I came into the conversation late, as I said. Have you heard of the psychological immune system theory, which was a scientific experiment which was prompted by findings that said that you were more likely to be unhappy over the long term if you won the lottery, according to people who had, than you were if you were disabled and in a wheelchair. People who were disabled in a wheelchair rated their happiness as higher. And to cut a long story short, it's because the brain has the capability, the elasticity, to find happiness within the context of its environment. And we all have the ability to do that. I suffered quite terribly as a child, and for a long time, and no doubt it has affected me and will continue to do so. But I am a much more sensitive person now, and I'm far more understanding of other people. I accept that my life has not turned out as it perhaps could have, but I'm not here to deal with ifs and buts, and neither should you be, because it's a waste of time. And we all feel like we've got a long time, but the older you get, the more you realize I haven't got that much time, and I really did waste a lot of the time that I had on things that really I didn't need to. And I think psychology really encourages us to a point of navel gazing, where we're no longer looking where we're going. We're bumping into lampposts, and we're really not just reminding ourselves that this is you now. And there's always going to be more layers of the onion to peel, and we all will do so, and that doesn't change. But it's unhelpful to see yourself as a victim, because we're all survivors. We've all got this far, and we will all thrive if we just try to be positive about things. I know it's simplistic.
I think that was very well articulated, and I agree with him. That's he isn't saying don't think about what happened to you, but don't dwell on it. Don't become victimized. Don't drown in a sea of trauma. realize you are in the future now. You are not there anymore. You're in the present day, and you have skills, knowledge, etc., to try and overcome the problems caused by that trauma. I'm not denying there may be problems to this day, but again, you have some agency to try and overcome them. You're not in the same position. You are not a child looking for an adult to, tell it what to do. You are the adult, and you can manipulate your reality to a greater degree now.
I don't think that's what's happening at all. Nobody's wallowing in it. What happens is there's a lot of things that went wrong, and you didn't realize it. It took so long to wake up. Sometimes you're not in. It's like you're in your 30s and you just realize, oh, my parents never gave a fuck about me, and then you start reflecting on all these things that happened in your childhood, and it all starts to make sense. So it's not like you're wallowing in like what happened in the past. You're trying to unpack it because it took you so long to realize what was going on.
Yeah, but the problem is, LA. I think the problem is when people get angry. Don't get angry. Keep your mind on a level so that you can think clearly and rationally about. When you get angry, all sense goes out the window, my friend.
Well, maybe anger is
But
part of the
anger is good.
process.
Yeah, anger is part of. I would actually agree. Anger is part of the process because without
It's part of
anger,
the process, but don't stay in the angry zone. Of course, you'll get angry initially, but don't stay angry.
But sometimes the NW, you just want to have anger because it can
Yeah, but it doesn't.
motivate you. It personally, it has motivated me to actually get better in things. Actually, believe it or not, yeah.
You don't sound angry.
The only reason I'm not angry is because I don't deal with her anymore. So these things are in the past. But my brother was still dealing with her, and he just recently went no contact. And I was hearing all the stuff that she was doing to him. And so it's not, I mean, now that I don't deal with her and my brother doesn't deal with her, I still feel angry because I like I said, it wasn't an accident. It was all intentional. If I were to see her, I want revenge, but I'm not going to deal with her. So it's best for me to stay no contact.
Revenge. Yeah, that's funny.
Can I just tell you a quick story? It's very quick. One of the best things about fatherhood or parenthood is you get to raise a happy child if you're prepared to put the work in. Yeah. But one of the worst things I found about raising a happy child is that I never realized how unhappy I was as a child until I saw my child grow up happy at the same age. And that to me was really devastating. But at the same time, you realize that this is how life is. You have to break the cycle, and we have enough self-knowledge to be able to do that. So I'll bow out there, and I'm going to listen to a bit. So
thank you, Liam.
Thank you for everyone's honesty, by the way. It's much appreciated. I will do. Thank you.
Yeah. So Liam is basically talking about something I believe it's called the theory of the lesser blow. Try and make your child's life less harsh or terrible than yours was. It won't be perfect. You won't make it perfect, but try and make it less of a negative experience. That's an honorable thing to do.
Indeed.
Oh, J.E. is back. My goodness, we haven't seen that fella for a long time. He says, someone play the Full House theme song. Well, J.E., it's not a full house until you're on here. We haven't had you on the show for a long time. Nibble says, homeschool the child. Well, maybe, maybe not, depending on how fit you are to homeschool the child. Daniela says, or just don't bring them in to existence. Okay. Yeah, we've heard that before. That old chestnut. That overly simple way of dealing with the problem of the phenomenon of life rolling through time and space. And the duties it imposes on us as the most intelligent species that exists or has ever existed, apparently.
I think there's other intelligent species out there in the universe.
You think? You don't know?
Nah. We can't be the only smart thing in the freaking universe. That'd be sad.
Imagine if we are.
Oh
Then
hell!
yes, sorry, D&W.
Humans
Are
are the
you being-
pinnacle of human. It's like-
D&W is the smartest thing in the universe.
Oh, then you are fucked. Then you are fucked.
Yeah,
That's what I was trying to talk about. That was a few days ago now.
Fuck up.
We all fucked if that's the case.
Oh, how's it going? Anyway, guys.
So if we have JE and Brother Marcus here, all we need is Chickpea and Yerf Dogs, and
Danny Shine.
who else? And Danny Shine, and then we're
D Prophet.
yeah, we need D Prophet and
Chickpea.
I already said Chickpea. There's a couple people I'm neglecting to mention, but I guess if they were here
his
too.
age showing.
And of
Cougar
course,
Doomer.
the one
Cougar
and only Cougar Doomer.
Oh, now it's a full house. Now we have 10 now. That's great.
Cougar Doomer.
It's a full house.
Welcome
How's
to
it
the
going?
Fighting Gnosis show. Cougar Doomer, we have been talking about our inner child. You know, should we recognize it, and what the hell does that even mean? I mean, there's a lot of people here going on and on and on about their inner child. What do you think of all of that, Cougar Doomer?
Oh yeah, get over it. You're all a bunch of
yeah.
pussies. You're all a bunch of cunts. Get over it.
Yeah, I agree.
Weakling.
No.
Okay,
The whole point of life is ruthlessly abandoning your inner child.
Guys, there's two people I know are trying to get on the panel. I didn't realize there's a 10-person here.
Yeah, it's okay. Is anybody willing to step off? Oh, somebody has.
I'm willing to step off.
Okay,
yeah.
there you go. All right, we'll let Cougar Doomer talk. We'll let Cougar Doomer talk, and then we'll bring the lady.
I can step off. I just want to make one last comment. Isn't part in getting over it accepting what actually happened? Because if you don't process that, how are you going to get over it?
Okay, LA, you can stay for the while because they haven't connected their devices. Erica, you got to connect your devices. Cougar Doomer, you say get the fuck over it, you fucking bunch of wankers.
He said,
Can I just ask?
Okay, it's maybe a little more complicated than that.
Yeah. How do you know?
You have to get. Let me just
How do you know
finish my
you've got
statement.
over it?
Okay, thank you. That's exactly the point I want to make. Great segue. You have to get over your inner child so that you can have an outer child. You have to become an adult so that you can create children, because children have needs that adults can meet, can manage. And if you are also focused on your inner child, then you may not be focusing on your outer child. And I don't know what kind of parent you're going to be if you're dealing with your inner child still when an outer child shows up and is looking at you for guidance. Does that make any sense?
So, I don't know.
Really?
When you say get over it, I know what you mean. It's simple to say and it's very difficult to do. But how do you know you've got over it?
Let's see. So this isn't my wheelhouse. I've not thought a lot about all of this. But let's maybe we can do some sciencey stuff. What you're supposed to do is create the next generation to replace you when your built-in mortality claims you. So that's not really something you're supposed to have any agency over. People do, but the way nature intends it is that you don't. So when we have agency over creating or not creating the next generation, you can maybe understand that you have overcome the needs of your inner child when you, exercising agency and forethought, decide to have a child. As a man or a woman, you decide to bring a child into the world and devote yourself to them. I think that's when you know you've turned the corner.
It definitely makes you a less selfish person. I can say for sure. Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Can I say something, please? Hello?
You don't have to ask, Ricardo. Just say it.
Well,
It's a free
I don't
for
know.
all.
I didn't know whether anyone could hear me. I just think how you're talking about children. How do you think you're going to relate to your children if you've lost touch with your own inner child? Like, that's not going to work. Explain how that works.
It could work. Maybe it couldn't. Who knows? I think you shouldn't have children. So I don't know. That's just me. You wouldn't have to deal with that problem in that case.
I think children are a wonderful and beautiful gift to this world.
I mean, it's amazing how when you raise a child, you learn just as they learn from you. You learn from them. And you're reminded of just being in the moment and just the honesty of just you never have that bond with another living being, something that's more important than yourself. And it's a lovely thing to have that love.
Sure. But still the question remains, how do you expect to relate to the child in its own language if you've lost touch with your own inner child? And that's to Cougar Doomer as much as anyone. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Jared
Well, that's
Jaguar.
empathy. That's not really
hope
losing
your
your child.
journey's going well. Jared Jaguar, thanks for the nice message there. Hope your journey's going well, brother.
Go on.
Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Make it make sense.
You hire a nanny. There you go.
Oh, you pay someone else to look after your children for you.
That's what all the people on TV do.
I don't believe in TV land. I think it's fake.
Agreed.
Some of this question may depend on gender. I think men lose track of their inner child sooner because they have to embrace a kind of forward-thinking, strategic, over-the-horizon mindset. And I think women probably maintain their inner child a little bit better, a little longer, because they've sort of outsourced strategy to their mates, and then they continue to focus on the needs of children. And this is certainly true if you look at how women really enjoy being with children and playing children games and teaching them games. And I don't know, it has to be that way, but I think maybe that's
interesting.
How it works out.
Cougar Doom, are you saying in some ways, as a man, you kind of have to kill your inner child and say, look, that's just emotions. Pesky emotions don't matter in this big bad world. I have to use my mind. I have to get on with life.
Yeah, and I think we've had this same discussion recently where men are kind of in a trap. We sort of have to give up a lot that maybe we'd like to keep, and that in modern times we have been able to keep. But it's always there as a necessity that people may turn to us, like during wartime, for example, the First World War, the Second World War. People may turn to us to just say, sorry, but you're a man and you have obligations. And even if you don't like it, we have defined these things for you. And that's right or that's wrong, but that is what the culture does. And so men maybe periodically have to learn a lesson that, yes, you can sit on the beach and strum guitar all day, right up until someone needs you to go to war, or to bring in the harvest, or to fight off the bandits, or to create, dig the mass grave because of the virus. You can sit on the beach and play guitar, but as a man, that may not last as long as you would like.
Kill your inner child, God damn it.
Well, but none of us chose to be men. That is a problem in and of itself. So because
no, that's not a problem. That's just how it is. That's absolutely not a problem.
And it's not something that you chose. And if you don't want to accept that, then you should have a right to opt out of it.
Kill your inner child crying at reality.
No. You don't have a choice in your gender, and if you don't like it, basically go live in a convent or go live in a monastery. No one wants to hear from you.
And we don't want to hear from everybody else who's imposing all these duties that we never chose. We don't want to hear from our parents. We don't want to hear them whining about their responsibility.
It doesn't matter. People have responsibilities. Period.
Okay, but we don't accept it though. What if we reject
it? Doesn't matter.
What
Doesn't
if
matter
we
if you
reject it? We don't know. What if we refuse? We can refuse.
Put your inner child in a box, lock it.
If you refuse, then the village will punish you. The
village can go fuck themselves as far as I'm concerned because I didn't accept any of it.
Oh yeah, what the hell? That village.
Yeah, but the village is where the food is. So you can say that and they'll say, okay, then you're outside the walls. Good luck.
I think you might have been talking about the gay village.
Healing the inner child.
No, I can produce my own food, but I don't have to be extracted from for society's benefit.
You can't produce your own food. You do not hold the means of production. You're in the village.
I have a backyard. I can be self-sufficient. I don't have to rely on a village.
Oh, okay, but you are. It won't work. Go ahead and try it. It's not going to work. You'll starve. It's not going to work. You'll die.
The bottom line is that I don't have to fight in wars. Maybe I can perform my minimum obligations that are required for my survival, but I don't have to produce surplus value for everyone else's benefit. I don't have to do that. Those are things that people should do.
You're saying there's nobody you care about enough to try and defend them.
Yeah.
I don't care to defend the system which enslaves me in the first place. So he's saying it doesn't matter. It does matter because
if the system. I'm talking about people you care about. Is there anybody in the world you wish to defend?
I'm not. Even if those people have to suffer, I'm not going to defend the system. I refuse.
Can you define the system? What does the system mean?
I'm talking about democracy. I'm talking about the majority imposing its will. I'm talking about what he just said. He's talking about the village, how you're born into manhood and you have all these responsibilities that you never accepted. But he's saying it doesn't matter what you want. You're a slave. You just have to do it because that's what is expected of you. So you produce a slave for extraction, and I reject all of that.
It's only descriptive. It doesn't explain what you should do.
Okay, calm down. Please soothe your inner children. Can we give Cougar the opportunity to reply to what Life Abolition was saying, and then I'll give Liam. I think Liam wants to say something. If he does, he doesn't have to. Cougar, do you want to say something in reply to what Life Abolitionism was saying?
Well, what can I say? I mean, I see his point, but part of that point is a contingent fact of history. When we live in times of peace and plenty and rules, okay, but rules protect everybody, then it's easy for someone to say as an individual, well, I see that there's enough people here. They can do the necessary. There's enough food. I don't have to harvest. I'm just going to take care of myself. I'm going to exercise my freedom, my agency. And all of you need to do that other work. And I'm not going to burden myself. That actually works. In a system that has laws and plenty and abundance and fossil fuels and technology and all that stuff working for us. But humans didn't evolve in that. We fell into it. And it doesn't have a long shelf life at this point. So what we evolved to do is the necessary. We did it. And when we didn't, we were kicked out of the village. And when we were kicked out of the village, we probably suffered for that. The hermits and joining monasteries and joining convents and that kind of thing. So maybe it works, but maybe it doesn't. I think right now it's fine. You can focus on yourself and you're fine. And no one will even question it. No one's going to say, wow, he's not really helping. She's not really helping. What a bad attitude. No one's even going to say that. They're like, well, that person isn't reachable. That person can't participate. And they'll probably be happy that you're not participating because probably people have a bad attitude when they're forced to do something they don't want to. But in the future, okay, and I'm thinking about this, folks, because I'm writing the fucking book, okay? In the future, and in my future, it's like 5 years from now, you're going to have to look inward and decide what are your values. And are your values really your own? Are your
Kukudima,
values?
1 second. Kukudima,
Yeah.
1 second. Sorry, there's somebody here. Dion, you're on the you're on the show. 1 second. Dion, you're on the show, are you? I'm trying to click them onto the show. Can you? Yeah. Dion, you're on the show. You're on the show. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Dion, you're on the show. Is that how you say it? Oh, for fuck's sake. There you
Hello.
go.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Dion.
Hi.
Hi, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
So, it's a very interesting topic. Like, I need to say about that this idea that you feel extreme rejection over minor criticism and possibly old fear of not being good enough. You getting what I'm saying?
Okay, so you're saying that are you directing that as at us as a collective, or are you saying that
Inner child.
generally speaking, the inner child is somebody who has been criticized unfairly or not validated? Is that what you said?
Yeah, exactly.
And okay, so do you recognize your inner child daily? How often do you do it? Is it some kind of introspection you feel everybody should be doing? What use is it?
Well, first you need to define what is inner child actually in order to recognize it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have a definition?
No, I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
I've
Life
I do.
abolitionism. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I say? I don't know if this has been mentioned already on the show because I caught you a bit late. But for me, if I look back to the childhood state, it's about innocence. There's a certain kind of innocent purity about being a child that most people, not all, but most people lose when they get to a certain age and they take on too many heavy responsibilities. So I think we can still hold on to that innocence. We don't have to throw it away for a load of bullshit.
Can I ask?
We need a definition of an inner child.
Yes. I was going to ask you, when did the concept of the inner child actually start? Because what did people do before the concept of the inner child? Did they somehow battle through?
Great point. I mean, I think it's some
They
kind
knew
of
how to read by then, and then I guess they could read children's books to their children, and it was over.
Maybe they just did it anyway.
I think that when you feel deeply hurt by small criticism or get unusual jealousy or you are insecure, maybe that is what inner child really means.
Yeah. Pusey says inner child is just another word for it, an inner you.
Yeah, it's your triggers and insecurities of who you're afraid to be, and who you're, what you're hiding, and as an adult that's kept with you the whole time, the shit you just won't fucking let go of.
The untapped potential in everyone.
And you can also look at your inner child as who your core self actually is before you were corrupted by society.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that word has a lot of meanings.
I mean, come. How can you separate one from the other? You are your experience. You are the result of your experiences. Are you not? Life abolitionism. How can you tear all that away? Seems ridiculous.
Right,
you are the canvas of the impressions that have been put upon you.
But you literally just said that we should get over our past and just suck it up.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that. I said you should. I didn't say.
Said that,
I didn't say that exactly. I said you should walk forwards rather than backwards.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's true, but
don't overly dwell on the past,
That's
as
kind
I
of
already said, you were looking at it through a narrow lens back then.
Okay.
Anyway, you were. If you're going to hold yourself at the same standards as today, you were an idiot in the past. You were moronic.
But here's the thing, though. Who I was in the past before I was corrupted by society is a very different person. Like, I feel that I used to be a good person. I used to be empathetic. So it's like almost you're grieving for the person who's died, because I am not the same person. And a lot of times people look at the monster with their pitchfork. They want to bring their pitchforks, but they never look at what changed this person. How? Because you keep talking about like how, why don't you want to help people? It's because of my past. I've already learned that sacrificing myself for other people's benefit accomplishes nothing. I have to put myself first. I'm not going to, the definition of insanity is repeating the same mistake and not learning from it. I'm not going to do the same thing ad nauseum.
Well, you sound like a very caring person to me.
Here, can I put something on before I forget about it?
Is that rhetorical?
Yeah, go.
Oh, we also need
Okay.
Caster D.
Dion, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so I have a question regarding this topic. Like, if my emotional reactions are caused by my childhood conditioning, how free am I really in my adult decision?
Well, you were the same
That
person.
came up in Free Will, I think, weeks ago.
You were the same person you were as a child, just a bit not experienced.
No, he raises a good point. Now, it may be that the neural pathways in your brain that make you think certain things, behave in a certain way, were formed by childhood experiences. But as an adult, if you're continually hitting a wall, if you're continually doing something that proves dysfunctional or problematic for you or others, then you do have the benefit of intellect and new knowledge that might help you change your behavior. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. Nobody said it's going to be easy, but you have that potential as an adult. You can even change neural pathways, as difficult as that is. By different behavior, by new behaviors, you can change the way you interact in the world, how you see the world, perhaps. Somebody came on here talking about the psychological immune system. I thought that was a very interesting topic. It is very related to this. One of the things that therapists often talk about is exposure therapy. And in many ways, that's a little bit like inoculating yourself against those things you fear or those things you find traumatic. Maybe that's something you can do as an adult as well. These things.
Speaking of that,
yeah, it'd be good if you waited until I finished until you were speaking about.
Yeah,
this.
you're right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I jumped the gun because I'm scared someone else is gonna steal the spotlight. Yeah, it's my inner child is very anxious and needy. Yeah, no, when you said that, it made me think of dialectical behavioral therapy, which gets like when the therapist acts as the parental support role that for the person that they didn't have in their childhood.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, the reason why I don't want to
describe.
Yeah,
the reason why I don't want to just get over it is because I've actually learned from my past traumas. And for me to just get over it and act like it doesn't happen puts me in the same vulnerable position. I want to stay angry. I want to remember it so I don't have to go through it again.
Like a Super Saiyan, you have to go.
Is
Super
that good
Saiyan
for
with
you?
your anger.
Is that good?
I don't think that's
I don't
good
know
for
if
you,
that's
man.
good. I
It's
don't think
drilling
that's
a
good for
hole.
you. Exactly. I don't think constant anger is good for
Yeah,
you.
man.
Speaking.
But the DNW anger is how freaking Son Goku turned into a Super Saiyan. Come on.
Yeah, but
DN.
it's bad for his heart, and it's bad for a lot of things, for stress levels, for your heart. It's just
That's
bad
how-
for you.
That's
Anybody who wants somebody to remain
Anger is self-reflection
anybody
and
who
telling
wants
yourself more about yourself. Acknowledge that.
anybody who wants somebody to remain in a state of constant anger isn't their friend. Isn't
Also-
somebody looking out for them.
Super Saiyan, man. You gotta go Super
Also,
Saiyan. life abolition.
I think he was just saying. I think he was just saying, don't lose your memories of how you felt when you were a child and whatever bad things happened. to you.
Also, anger is very much a controlling emotion. You can wipe on a bit of anger, and it'll obliterate all the intricate feelings that you're really having. Anger is a really good way of controlling in a negative way, because you're never going to develop out of it, because anger will keep you there. And
Does LA smoke weed?
Sorry?
No, I don't do any drugs.
I
don't
think you need a
smoke.
fatty, man. Just smoke
It's
a
not a
blunt
drug,
and
man.
just
It's
sit and
fucking
think about
fun.
it and listen to your favorite music, man.
G, you haven't spoken in a long time, so I'm just going to take you out for a little bit. Somebody else is here. You can come. I'll bring you back on in a bit, G.
Good advice.
Alan Stubbs or Paul Stubbs. Paul, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. I believe you're the gentleman who said his mother was a narcissist and you were married to a narcissist for 35 years. How does this relate to your inner child and recognizing it? And do you have any advice on what we should all do with our inner child?
No, no, because my inner child hasn't been released yet. You know, I've never sort of done the work on it, if you will. But I'm aware that it's something that needs to happen before you can sort of grow spiritually, which is pretty much, you know, where I'm at.
May I ask, where are the boundaries here? Where does the inner child stop and the outer adult begin? Surely we are our inner child. We are who we've grown to be. And whether I judge someone who's 14 as young, as a child, I might, when I'm 90, I might think of someone who's 30 as a child. I don't quite. I think we need to forget the kind of
Well,
inner
I think
child.
pre-adolescence, pre-puberty is child. So whatever we were at 12 to 15, we wanted to be way older. So we were trying to push and rebel against being called a kid. So I think whatever was developing before those years, so whatever abuse, trauma, good things, bad things, being, again, the teacher's pet, the most spoiled kid, or the kid that didn't get nothing, shaped us in some way that we're either recovering from or we're helping others recover from.
Yeah, right. No, for me, the inner child is beyond memory. It's the fact that, you know, personally, I can't remember ever having a loving cuddle off my, you know, either of my parents.
Oh.
This is pre, you know, it's a lot younger than sort of like before 4 or 5, I suppose. You know, it's really like pre-memory. You know, it's healing that memory that we can't remember. That child is, you know, before the memory was formed. For me, you know, I know that's not for everyone, but
Can anyone describe their inner child?
My inner child likes to watch a lot of old cartoons, and yeah, that's about it. And like going to the beach, I always associate going to like a pool or a beach with like fun times. Yeah, but watching old cartoons and old anime definitely brings me back to the, like, I guess, quote unquote good old days, in quotations, good old days, right?
Like Scooby-Doo.
I think Liam raises a very good point. And where does it begin? Where does it end? For me, I am a continuity of self. I am, if you like, a blob of experience. And to separate one from the other is, in my view, nonsense in some ways. I am a continuous state of learning and experience. And that's all that really matters. I am experiencing, I am learning, and I am moving forwards. I'm in the present moment, interacting with reality, utilizing the knowledge I have, trying to make the best of it. Liam,
Has anybody heard of the ship of Theseus? The ship of Theseus.
Sorry, I want to ask Liam. Liam, does that answer your question?
That defines my point very succinctly. Thank you very much.
Okay, Cougar.
The ship of Theseus. The ship of Theseus is a thought a thought problem, a thought experiment. The ship of Theseus is gets old, and as it gets old, as it gets holes in the planks and the whatever else, little bits of the ship of Theseus are replaced during repairs. A plank here, a rope there, a sail. Okay, eventually it turns out, and maybe only Theseus knows this. The ship of Theseus has been replaced, completely replaced, one plank, one rope, one nail at a time. It's still his ship. It still looks like his ship. It still sails. He still owns it. Everyone seeing the ship come into port will say, that's the ship of Theseus. But not one part of it that was there in the beginning is still there.
Same
There
thing
you
with
go.
Star Trek with the Enterprise.
Trigger's broom.
Yeah, Trigger's broom. He's had the same broom for 20 years. It's only had 4 new handles and 3 new heads. Sorry, it's a comedy here on it used to be a comedy here on BBC. Only Crazy Horses.
Sorry, I missed the joke.
Yeah. Same idea. But yeah, Cougar Duma, I like that. I like that analogy. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Do we put too much stock on our past versions of ourselves? Is it a nonsense to do that? When we're not,
And there's even a question, at least mentally, do you actually exist anymore? You remember your childhood, but how many of those memories are actual memories that anyone else would point to and say, oh yeah, that happened?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying
They're
to get
mostly
at.
subconscious.
I was trying to say earlier that kind of line of thinking, Cougar, that it's a phantom, it's an apparition that isn't sensible, because you were looking at reality through a narrower lens then. Nobody else saw what you were seeing, but that lens was even narrower and more absurd than now, because now you have a wider field of vision. You know?
Yeah, and your lens now of what you knew then isn't even that person's lens. That person is gone. It's the ship of Theseus.
Exactly.
That person is
I don't know
gone,
about
utterly
that.
gone.
My brother remembers everything that we went through, so I have one other person to confirm that it was real.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe your brother is simply repeating back to you what you told him.
The effect may be real, but in many ways, it is still a phantom haunting you. It's not real. At the same time, life abolitionism. You need to be exorcised, my boy.
Exercise. Oh, what the?
Hey man, can I share my point?
Go for it.
No. Someone's okay. All right. I think there are pieces. The purest form of the ego, before the ego can judge itself, is subconscious. There is a saying: when you're a baby, you're a genius. When you're getting older, you become a savant, and when you get into adult, you become the normal person. It describes as how our neural development goes through speed when you're young. So within that speed, your experience of reality are majorly blurred. You multiple feel of feeling objective reality, and also at the same time your subjective reality. You subconsciously have those in your brain. Those are the purest form of your ego. And being, inner child is acknowledge those pieces still exist, and acknowledge how you can grow out of it is to connect those pieces to a broader form, to let you acknowledge that original pieces weren't just simply as a point. It's something that you can get back to and continue to develop. It gives you a whole understanding of reality over and over again. Some people like to say it's trauma. I like to say it's a learning experience. That's how I see it. Okay.
I don't think I
Okay,
suffered.
thank you. Paul, by the way, I muted you because there was a bit of background noise. Feel free to unmute yourself and join in the conversation when you want to.
I don't think I suffered much trauma as a child. Maybe I'm different in that way, but maybe a little bit. But I think I've gotten over most of it. I think I'm a pretty good adult, but I never want to lose touch with that that childhood innocent side that just, just doesn't impose anything on the world, just wants to learn and just wants to know by observing. That's me.
There's a rather loaded phrase, facts don't care about your feelings. And but there's an inner truth there, and you learn that you carry your trauma, and if you persist in carrying your trauma, the brick wall of reality will gradually chip it off, and you'll learn that actually it's best to do the chipping off yourself because it's less painful, and you awareness of oneself and one's cyclic behavior, whether it's positive, which is a good thing, or negative, which, believe me, you can uncover that the further you go on in life. There's all kinds of things, echoes of the past, but nevertheless, it's all about awareness and acceptance and valuing yourself as a male. Just how much influence you can have as a strong male figure, and you can define male however you like. You just have to be the ideal person to your next generation, and there's nothing that makes a person happier than if they can make someone else happy. And especially if there's an economy of effort there, if it's very little effort to make someone else happy, it's a nice feeling, especially because it didn't take very much to do it. And happiness can be found in fleeting moments. It's not a destination. Happiness is a byproduct of action. Simple as.
Nice.
I don't know about that. I don't exist to make other people happy. I live to make myself happy. I've lived the first half of my years trying to make other people happy, and they don't reciprocate. So you need to put your energy into yourself and stop worrying about other people.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't really think what other people do. I can take things into considerations, but like I'm not gonna just like pull out my lawn chair and just hear you out ramble for years and years on end. And like I've been called like a very insensitive person because of that, but like I don't think I am,
No, you don't sound insensitive to me at all. Not at all.
No.
Well, I'm an introvert. I even changed my species. And yet, because I'm capable and my capabilities are huge, I gain an almost indescribable amount of pleasure from helping people with the gifts that I have from nature. When I can help someone, and just walking down the road, someone says, "Yeah, can you give me? You got some spare change?" I'll look at my wallet, and I'll give them the biggest bill I've got, $20 bill, and it's fine, and I feel great about it. I feel great about that. It's something I could do. Okay, I am not a poor person, so money is something I can do for people. I'm an engineer. I'm a builder. I can build housing. I create housing for people. I do things, and in the end, I judge that by how well I helped someone or how happy I made them in the moment. And then I move on. And I get indescribable pleasure from this, even though I am an introvert. I never, ever seek anyone out. I never seek anyone. It's completely contrary to how I work. But when I can help people, I feel great about it. So I think people can be really complex. And I think that happiness and purpose, all these things, can be really complex drivers that not everyone has, not everyone agrees on. But if it makes you happy, then I think maybe you've arrived. You've solved the problem that the universe gave you to solve.
There you go. Anybody have anything to say about that perspective?
Did he say that? Did he? If I heard him correctly, he said he changed his species, right?
He did say that.
Take your autobiography.
Well, you're changing your species. I'm changing my gender. We're both kind of the same.
G, did you have something to say? He was a man and now he's a cat. Yes, that's apparently the case. A cougar, to be precise. A
cougar.
mountain lion. A mountain lion. Yeah. Do you want to tell us that story, actually, Cougar? You said it before. It's quite an interesting one. If you want to, you don't have to.
Yeah, I don't mind. And since there's someone in the forum who's changing gender, this might actually resonate. So I was working on my master's degree as a biologist. And it's a stressful time. I was really enjoying it. I was contributing to a very big project that had circumstances associated with it. And one day, and I rented a room in an old hotel, and very old, like late 1800s hotel. And I rented a room to do my work rather than have an office at the school. And one day I was in the tiny little washroom, ancient little washroom, and the mirror is all stained and the reflective coating is peeling off. And I looked in the mirror. I'd been washing my face. I was tired of washing my face. I looked up in the mirror, and the mirror was kind of distorting. The mirror wasn't a good reflection, okay? But I heard a voice. Sometimes I hear voices. When I hear them, I pay attention. And the voice was simple. It just said, "Cat, thou art." And I was like, okay, that resonates. And I, as an introvert, as an INFJ, Sigma INFJ, as a lone wolf, for a long time I had people tell me, you're not really human. You're not like the rest of us. You're not quite what we expect. And sometimes even in those terms. A lot of time just in how I was treated or even how I felt. And so when I heard that voice in my head, and there I was transitioning, working on a master's degree, the rest of my life is ahead of me, which turned out to be true. Transitioning, you see how it works?
Yeah, that's me right
I was
now.
transitioning, and so I get this message, and I said, oh, that tracks. That sounds about right. Finally, that sounds right. And so I basically changed my name to Cat. And it was painful. People were looking at me like, well, you've lost it. I was like, no, it's a little more complicated than that. And eventually everyone calls me Cat. And now I'm Cat. And I act like a cat. I think like a cat. I behave like a cat. Probably I'm ruthless. Probably I'm fast. I'm very quick. I make decisions very quickly. And I feel very comfortable in my skin. And that's how I came to be another species. It's not a name. The name fit. The name fit the thing. So I go with the name. But it fits. Because that's what I am. And I'm simply recognizing it. And so that's the story. I don't know if that's moving or inspirational or whatever, but that's how I came to be what I am. And I've been a cat now for 40 years, without interruption, constantly. Acting like one, demanding to be treated like one, behaving like one, and it's been good.
When did you first let the cat out of the bag, as it were?
Okay, I needed a break. So after I finished my master's degree, like some 6 months later, I just chanced upon this huge project with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. It was a super fun cleanup. I got to be a field biologist. I also brought a lot of computer skills. I've always done computers. Like, it's just my weirdness. I'm like Elon Musk. I see something and I just get into it. So he got into computers. I got into computers. Yeah, I'm sorry, interrupted.
That's cool, by the way.
Yeah, I understand him. I don't necessarily like him much. I think he's maybe lost his mind, but I understand losing your mind. So my break was I left town, left my university, graduated, all that, and I went to this other field station, which I had to help set up. So there's a lot of responsibility. I got there first. I set it up for everyone else because I can do that. And then at our first meeting, I said, well, guys, listen, I know this is how I signed up, and you've all been sending me emails and this and that, but I'm changing some things. And they had to deal with it. They weren't happy, but I made them stick to it, and some of them were intrigued. It's like, wow, people can do this? Yes, people can do this. Maybe not people when you're done doing it, but people can do this. And I embraced it wholeheartedly, and to this day. And that's how I intend to leave the world. I'm very comfortable in my skin.
Can I ask how you live your life as a cat? What does it involve that's different from just feeling like a cat? How does it manifest itself physically in your real world?
Well, let's see. If you're at all familiar or could become familiar with the Myers-Briggs personality profiles, there's 16 of them. And I am an INFJ, and that's the rarest personality type, and it's very feline. So my approach to life and the challenges is to observe. I watch everything all the time. I absorb my entire environment constantly. I don't pass judgment. I don't try to change it. I don't have opinions. I simply absorb it constantly. Always vigilant, always on top of things. It's a hobby. I pursue it. I never stop. Then, when things happen, I respond instantly. And the closest I can come to it is what I guess they call Zen training. You do nothing, you do nothing, you do nothing, and then you do exactly the right thing, and then you stop. Okay? So that's a feline thing. You do nothing, and then when you have to do something, you do exactly the right thing. Precisely, sequentially, everything about it is the correct thing for the moment. And then when you're done, you absolutely stop. And maybe you disappear. So that's how I live my entire life.
Do you recognize
you ENFJ.
Do you recognize if you meet another cat person?
Well, we're kind of rare, and we tend not to seek each other out. Just as cats have territory, we kind of respect each other's territory. Have I met a cat person? I think I may have. Well, when I was really young, I met a woman that was a little bit older than me. We didn't ever have a relationship, but later on, when I recognized my own transition, I looked back on her and I thought, she's kind of a cat person. And I'll tell you another group that's kind of a cat person, and I put her in this group at the time, female witches. Female witches, and I have known a few, tend to be like that. The instincts, the inward looking, the observation of the environment. If you've read any Terry Pratchett books, especially the Discworld books and the ones that involve witches, you start to see cat people. They watch, they listen, they do nothing. They do nothing. And then all of a sudden, they do exactly the right thing. And of course, it's according to the plot. But real people who are cat people are also like that. Do nothing. Do exactly the right thing. Stop. And disappear a lot of the time. Vanish.
And they're also putting out fire with gasoline, as David Bowie had it.
Yeah, David Bowie might have been something of a cat person. I've always liked his...
I'm a creative person. I make all the art. I'm a male, but I have a lot of it's feminine energy when you're a creator. So I'm a ENFJ, which is the other one, which is the protagonist, which is main character energy. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Then you and I are kind of probably a little bit adjacent.
I think there's a lot of dog people out there, don't you?
Yes, I do. And I think that's a good thing. If you had too many cat people, you'd probably, it would be really bad. It would be terrible. It's a good thing that we're rare because we're not always 100% of the time good people.
Yeah.
I remember
like
one time.
Cat girls.
One time I was tripping and I was with a friend and he was sitting there with his elbows on his knees, really looking sort of energetic, and he really felt like dog energy, like he wanted to go out and do something. And I just wanted to curl up on the sofa, and I felt very much like a cat person, just wanting to curl up in the cushion and just sort of observe and be comfortable. And that's the closest I think I've been to being a cat person. But yeah, I really feel your energy as it were. Shocked silence.
Does anyone have their own conversations with AI here? Raise your right arm. And I was wondering if anybody's asked AI like what its favorite book is or what its favorite anything is and has it answered anyone. And that should be homework. Whoever uses this crap should try it.
Yeah, I use it all the time. Maybe I will.
My favorite AI to use whenever I do use AI is the DeepSeek. I like that one a lot. The DeepSeek.
Yeah, I would like someone to use a different one than what I use. To verify the answer, I've already gotten the answer from mine, so I would really appreciate if someone tried it with non-Gemini, because I use Gemini, and then someone else also does a Gemini to see if there are Geminis aligned. That would be a really good test to do.
Okay,
Like at least 3 of them.
I have Gemini. I'll get off of here. I mean, I'll mute myself and I'll ask Gemini. What was the question again?
If it could pick its own favorite book or film that moved it in any way or it found especially memorable.
Okay, let me try that. Hopefully it doesn't kick me off the stream.
Well, I am INTJ, and I think it is very helpful to be an introvert. You're self-actualized. You don't need external validation. And even when people tell you to suck it up, when other people are being dismissive, you don't need their affirmation because you're secure in who you are. So you can conserve your limited resources on what you care about instead of focusing your resources on what they care about, because they will always put you second. You need to put yourself first. Stop sacrificing yourself for other people's needs. Stop sacrificing yourself for a village unless you actually chose to be a part of that village. But if you were just forced to be a part of a village that you did not choose freely, you have no obligation to the village.
Yeah.
Well, then why you point a finger to have the same exact thought?
Be an egoist, as they say. Be an egoist, I guess.
Yeah, happens a lot.
It's fine, but soon, you know, being that angry for that long, you're gonna get tired sooner or later.
The continuation of the village supports your sustenance. You do owe the village.
I don't want sustenance. I don't want to exist. So whatever benefits the village is giving to me is under coercion, because the village is keeping me captive in the first place.
Life needs bliss. Life needs love. Life needs
We all need each other. We all need someone.
You
can't put somebody in a cage. You can't put somebody in a cage and then say,
please, find yourself.
Ted K.
Find the world.
Ted K. You guys should read him.
You can't put somebody in a cage and then claim that their captivity is for their benefit. It's for everybody else's benefit.
Yeah, I mean, people would be calling me sour. If I acted like you, they'd say I was sour, something made me sour, I need to change my outlook. But I wouldn't listen to them either. But I am who I am now, and I would like you to be happy one day, man. And I think you should have a positive outlook and just see what happens, how it changes your own atmosphere.
Also, you know, there's a matter of self-selection. This is a matter of self-selection going on here. Unless you're prepared to give life a chance and give yourself a chance, you're gradually going to exclude.
That's the point of this whole conversation, though. The point of this conversation, we're talking about our inner child. Like nobody was born this way. I am a product of my circumstances, just like everybody else. So your inner child is completely different from who you are now.
Yeah, that's all very well, but you're not going to draw people towards you with that kind of attitude, are you? You're going to find yourself to be a very...
Why do you think that I want to draw people
frequencies?
Why do you think that I want to draw people?
You'll become a very lonely person. You'll become a lonely,
anger, which is very egocentric.
person.
Okay, I'm allowed to be
He doesn't
angry.
want people around him, right? What if he doesn't like people,
Of
right? You
course.
know,
Yeah,
Of
but then you
course,
need
but
to
you
go
have the
through
utilize.
catharsis and let it all out. You gotta let it
One at a time,
all
please.
out.
One at a time.
Catharsis.
Inner children, behave yourselves. We'll go one at a time. Life abolitionism. Do you want to reply to Liam? And then I'll go around the houses looking for other voices.
I just think people project their values onto other people. They care about the continuation of the human species. They care about drawing people towards them. They care about external validation. And they just assume that everybody has the same values that they have. I do not. I don't care about any of those things. Whether humanity perishes or not has nothing to do with me. I I am not here voluntarily. I'm not trying to. I don't expect anybody to feel sorry for me, but I don't necessarily have to feel sorry for anybody else, and I don't have to use my limited resources for other people's extraction. So you don't have to care, but I also don't have to care about you.
I'm very happy that you're able to do that, and I wish you all the best.
I don't feel sorry. I just feel a little bit pity about it.
Gee, that's interesting. You pity life abolitionism. Can you dive into that a bit more?
I'm good because he's gonna flip because I understand him.
You reckon he's going to flip? He's
Oh,
allowed
of
to
course,
flip.
because the stuff I'm gonna say, I know how his response is.
Well, just say it, G.
Because I
If you
need to
believe
think
it,
a
say
lot.
it. G, say it. If you believe it, say it.
Too decisive. When you can be more free than ever, he's too decisive about the thought of life, which
you're
limiting
saying-
the broadness what you can see.
You're saying he
I'm
sees
trying my
things
best.
in a too. You're saying he sees
Yeah.
things in a black and white manner. He's too all or nothing.
Yes.
He's too decisive.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
how can he be otherwise? Tell us.
Embrace. You fail to embrace it. The odds, the exceptions, the rules that allow forth, the within the three, all within the possibility of relativity, he embraced the only single choice instead of the relativity of it all. Which he might be precise on that, but it's never generalized on everything else.
That's not correct. And I specifically say this in my book. But I believe in mutuality. That if I'm going to do things that are in my rational self-interest. I care about others to the extent that they care about me. If they don't care about
So
my
you don't care
cause,
about
I don't care
life.
about their.
May I
I'm
ask
not
about
going to
your
be
book?
exploited or extracted from. I reject that entirely.
May I
Yeah, there
ask
you go.
about your
You
book?
reject it.
Kick the dust
May-
off your
may-
feet, was that I used to say.
May I ask about your book?
Oh yeah. By the way, LA, what's the name of your book? Sorry if I keep asking you that.
Can you mute yourselves when you're not talking, please? Mute yourselves when you're not talking. Thank you.
Did you hear my question? LA.
Yeah, I heard your question. I was waiting for the noise to calm down.
Okay.
The book is called "Whose Life Is the Moral Debt for Life Enslavement," and if you go to my channel, I have been going through the chapters. So, for some people who don't want to read, I've already done the work for you.
All right. Thank you. I'll make sure to check that out. I'll definitely have a sneak peek.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
The downfall of society for the last 10,000 years is they forgot how to read. If y'all didn't know, that's what's happened every time society has had a full downfall. That was
Wasn't the
Bronze Age.
majority of human history like pure illiteracy? Like you weren't allowed to read the Bible and like
Well, yeah,
Europe?
back when the Bible was originally only Catholic and in Latin, yes, you are correct. But we're talking before that. Before that, the losing of language, meaning the only people that usually had language was the upper government and the the upper trade people that were running the sea ships and the import export businesses. No one else needed to read or write except for what you were trading your shekel for, if you had one, in for something that you traded it for. So it's just like all you cared about is what you got for your 2 pennies. But everybody else was marking lots of higher numbers and doing more math and doing more language. And they had a spoken language, but the written language was only used by the shipping industry, the import, export, and the government. And when the government fell, there wasn't enough people to keep teaching language. And that's what happened to, I believe, the Egyptians, the Sumerians, and the Bronze Age after the fall of Troy. So, I mean, there's no history from between 1500 BC to the time of almost Homer, so 700 BC. So there's a big gap there before they learn to write again and make some big columns and say, yeah, these are the myths we used to talk about, and they could write it down. So, I mean, each time society, I'm afraid we're almost to that collapse with the science denial stuff. And then I don't know what's going to happen with the internet, when, how much people are going to turn against technology. But I think people might go full, dark age.
Well, there's an alarming number of teachers that are quitting because they're getting frustrated with the fact that they're teaching high school students, and they're reading basically at like a second grade level. They have very little comprehension, very little critical thinking skills, and for whatever reason, they've been passed through the system and they made it to high school, and they're not they're basically illiterate. They're basically relying on
I do
AI
after school art programs from time to time, and we have that same issue. So we take our time to helping kids, learn how to read that can't read. But it's just like somehow they're getting pushed through the public school system. Yeah.
But there's no incentive to teach them because the school system won't allow the teachers to fail them, and so they get by, but they're relying on AI for a lot of it.
Does everyone here remember a time before the internet? And if you don't, can you imagine what it would be like?
No, I don't. I was born in the year 2001.
Okay, think about the AI as the calculator, guys. So the calculator, how everybody used that and got ahead in math when no one would have been doing math without a calculator. So the teachers are relying on AI. Therefore, you're going to have a breakdown of intelligence and teaching.
I want to bring Divine into the conversation. Then we'll go back to Liam's point on life before the internet. Divine, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. You are most welcome. What would you like to add to the conversation?
I want to say hello and thank you for having the show. But I noticed that the topic of conversation was exactly on how to heal the inner child. I want to address that because I feel like I know things about it that I had my own experiences. I'm not going to share exactly what those were on a live chat, but I'm saying I almost passed away 6 times by my mother. That's all I'm going to say. I do know that I did not understand in the moment why all those things were happening. The true understanding came when I was able to sit down and realize that there were things that she encountered that I never knew about. And it was only through that knowledge that I was able to put myself in her shoes and to understand why she reacted and overreacted a lot of different ways. I was not a wild child. I was a person who read, and when I wasn't reading, I was singing. That's all I did. That was my entertainment. What she desired me to do was constantly be cleaning, like her maid. But as time went on and I sat there and I thought about what is it that drove her to be that way? Now, mind you, I was a lot older. I was out of her home and in my own. And once I got that answer, I'm telling you, all of the pieces came together, and the compassion and the empathy that I have for her grew, because then I could understand how it was that she overreacted and acted in the ways that she did. And it was through that understanding and that compassion that I was able to reconnect with her and have what was left of her wonderful life coming down to a close about a year or 2 before she decided to pass. Now, we had constant connection because, She was my mother, and I always wanted to make sure I was a bridge for the healing that needed to happen between the two of us. But it actually wasn't between the two of us that she needed to have it. Because when she finally sat down with me in 2013 to have a real conversation, I think this is probably one of the only 2 times that she ever did this in her whole life. She was able to explain to me how she felt she had a misunderstanding over circumstances that had come about in her life when she was 13. So when I was able to express to her that she was not to blame for any of those things that happened to her, it was almost like I took a weight off her shoulder, and then she was able to explain to me how incrementally how everything happened and came about. Even though I wasn't pushing her for answers, I didn't feel I needed them. She wanted to express them, and in that expression, I was able to understand her at that level a lot different than now. Remembering that she was generations older than me, different upbringing, different ways back then obviously I have come to realize that my children that are now grown sons have I've always sought to make sure that I changed the cycle, that I didn't repeat the cycle at all times. That was my main drive. If I'm going to have sons, I'm going to make sure that they grow up to be good men, that they're going to give back to their community, that they're going to love people unconditionally, they're going to have compassion and empathy towards everyone and not just some. They're not going to have any deviations of white, black colors, and so forth and so on. My mother wasn't like that. So I was successful in breaking cycles. And that was the success. And that is why I can say that I am healed from my childhood, because I actually sat down with her and I had a very candid conversation. I had a separate conversation with my dad. They're not married. Been divorced since I was, I would say 7 going on 8. And that's when everything shifted when I was younger. But yeah, that's how I think that's how healing comes about, is by a general ambition to express your thoughts honestly and truthfully within their presence, so that they realize that how they brought you up isn't how you're going to continue in your lifetime, but you're also able to have empathy from where they came from and why they became who they were. That's it.
Very well said, Divine. Thank you so much for that contribution. I'm really glad that you personally were able to find that way of healing, and it worked out for you. Wonderful, wonderful news. Jack Rogers, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. You're currently muted. Do you want to unmute yourself and add to the conversation?
I would love to. Hello, everyone.
Jack.
As you can see, my name is Jack. Synchronicity has brought me here today.
Do tell.
Pardon?
Do tell us.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but a person called Danny Shine, that's his name, but he goes by Social Experimentalist on YouTube, is currently live streaming your StreamYard studio on YouTube. Are you aware of that?
No way. Are you serious?
I'm serious.
No, I'm aware.
Background. I'll try and be as succinct and to the point as possible, but I do tend to get a bit pedantic and granular with my expressions, but I have had great dealings with my own. I have multiple inner childs, right? But anyway, let me finish my original point about the synchronicity. So social experimentalist Danny Shine has been doing videos on YouTube for a long time, basically pointing out the superficial and strange situation that we have with culture in the West. He would go out with a megaphone and do all sorts of stuff. And I'm 28, and as a teenager, I loved his videos. I really identified with it. I really resonated.
He's been on this show before.
He's been on this show before.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
He has. So you guys are aware of who he is.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I
Oh,
stopped.
hell yeah.
I stopped. So I become really disenfranchised with Danny. We had a little bit of back and forth a few years ago because I'm not nihilistic and I don't believe that we should stop procreating. So I became really disenfranchised with his ethos. And anyway, I unsubscribed from all of his things, but for some reason he's randomly popped up on my YouTube. And I watched a couple of his videos, and it's in line with exactly what I've become disenfranchised with. But this has popped up, and it caught my attention. Hence why I'm here. So I believe that it is a massive synchronicity, and I was meant to join into this chat. So, my first experience with gaining some awareness of the inner child was from book that Gabor Mate recommends called The Drama of the Gifted Child. I don't know if anyone has heard of it or read it.
No.
But basically, Alice Miller is a psychotherapist from the 70s. And she writes about, I think she writes about childhood trauma and the various ways that it manifests, from the glaringly obvious, like physical and sexual abuse, to the lack of attention that children should get, and the emotional needs that children should get, and how from a very young age children, especially very sensitive children and very intuitive children, learn how to behave in a certain way to appease the emotions of their parents, right? And they develop ways to cope with the external world because they haven't got parents there to guide them as which is how it should be, right? And then I found Carl Jung and became familiar with his works, and studied archetypal themes and consciousness, the relationship between the ego and the self, right? Our divine selves and our egoic selves, how we center that and how we ground that and how we integrate that, right? Because I need an ego because everyone else around me has an ego, right? And if I was completely egoless, I wouldn't be able to live in South London and work and do all the things. But if I'm too egotistical and too grandiose, all my character defects come out. And I saw a transpersonal psychotherapist after these experiences, reading this book, starting to learn about myself and my childhood trauma, and becoming conscious and aware of the things that the story of my life, right, from birth till today. And I have a real tangible experience with communicating with what I believe are various almost autonomous archetypal entities that are my inner children or inner child, my inner child, my inner infant, my inner child, my inner adolescent. I believe that there are almost fractured instances, archetypes, individual essences of these beings that exist within me and also outside of me, and that they have, not so much today, but they did have a huge effect on me unconsciously in the way that I interacted in the world, because they were the way that they were as a consequence of the way that I was, my environment. And the point that I'm trying to make is that this transpersonal psychotherapist who I worked with, it was almost very shamanic. She was your bog standard, psychotherapist, right, as well. and we brought into the space the inner children, or the inner child, the inner adolescent, into the room, into the space, and I was able to communicate with it. And I say it, it's really me, isn't it? I suppose it's fractured parts of myself. And,
Everyone's in pieces. Don't worry.
and we could both feel it, and we could both feel the energy shifting as the emotions were processed and as the awareness and the understanding started to happen. And it was like, I don't know if anyone's ever done any psychedelics at a low dose, you feel like you breathe and you move. It was like that. It was like a slow spiral, and we were both looking at each other as the energy was positively shifting. And she even said, can you feel it shifting? Can you see it moving? And but I have to remember, or I have to remain humble, and that word gets thrown around a lot. I have to remain humble because I'm a work in progress, and I'm just reading that message. I still have a lifetime of work to do on the various parts of me, and I've gone through lots of different cycles around
I think this what you were saying about the ego.
Go on.
I found, like, I remember feeling like you, and then I had a child, and I realized I had something more important than my ego now, and my ego just kind of vanished into my child, and it didn't matter anymore, all those things that I was kind of concerned with, because I just had something so much more important to think about. That's my personal experience from.
Well, can I just add to that? It's like there is only one thing that I truly feel like that I want in life, and that is children. I couldn't care where I lived. Children in the confines of a stable, loving marriage, right? I wouldn't want to bring a child into this world. And I think, I guess what Danny Shine's point is that we seem to, for the most part, be in perpetuity of bringing children into the world to be traumatized, and I don't think it needs to be like that. And I think the whole point of this paradigm that God has instilled into this reality that we know, this is the only reality that we know, is so that we can get to that place, get to that other side. That's what I believe. It might be cobblers for all I know. There's no absolute truth, but that's what I feel is right. And I'm now a born again Christian. At 16 years of age, I was a complete reductionist and had no concept of the divine, and today I do. And Alice Miller, The Drama of the Gifted Child, was an amazing book for me. And if anyone is interested, give it a read. But it can be difficult to swallow, because I almost made the decision that she asserts is important, and that's to drop the codependency and the relationships with the people that still repeat those patterns. And for me, that's my mum and my dad, and they haven't changed fundamentally since I was born. And I made the decision to keep them in my life because I can keep myself safe with the energy that they vibrate outwards. And I have a shield today against that, because I'm aware and I've healed, and I've come full circle. I've had my space from them, and I've come full circle, and I accept them for who they are today. And that's probably, I'm going to stop rambling now. I'll let someone else speak.
No, Jack, welcome. What an amazing entrance onto the Finding Gnosis stage. I really hope that you come back again. Make sure you subscribe so that we have you and your thoughts back here in the future.
Thank you.
That was very deep and very touching. So you've done a lot of work, and you believe there are fragmented versions of yourself, and you look to these archetypal versions of yourself, these archetypes, and you consider them the story they're telling in your ongoing orientation throughout, the world and your life. And it was very touching because you said that you took some hard choices. It seems like you kind of disentangled yourself from those who you felt neglected you, maybe, and you put up some boundaries. You learned from what happened, and you've tried to build a more positive path forward, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I had to have some time away from both of my parents, which I did. And then I healed. And then the choice was either to cut them out forever or build enough compassion and an acceptance and enough healing to be around them, because I believe that they vibrate things towards me that is often very negative, and without a stable awareness around all the things that I've just mentioned, I wouldn't be able to be around them. And I love my parents, right? And it's a blessing that I'm here, and I'm partly here because of them. There are other factors as to why I'm here. I'm yet to fully discover that. And like I mentioned before, I think to procreate and to break the cycle and to bring children into this world is the ultimate purpose, in my opinion. And it's really funny, right? The first time I heard the word Gnosis was from Alan Watts on YouTube, and he calls it Gnosis for some reason.
That might be an AI malfunction.
No, it's not. It's not. Honestly, you can tell when it's not. And this was a long time ago, way before LLMs. But people like Terence McKenna and Alan Watts have seemed to have had their consciousness uploaded to YouTube somehow. But but yeah, I'm really glad I found you guys. This very much
Welcome,
seems
Jack. It's not always this peaceful here.
fair enough.
So, Jack, you are a newbie here, so we do ask this question to newbies. Two questions actually. First of all, what the hell is going on in this crazy existence?
I've got quite a robust answer to this. And let me try. Let me just. So, how familiar are you guys with Carl Jung?
Yeah, I know about Carl Jung and his view of the collective unconscious, and how there's all these archetypes that are, repeated again and again. And we are kind of learning collectively about something, and it is meaningful to be involved in that sense because you are contributing to this collective unconscious, and it is a battle of good against evil, and it gets a little bit woo-woo. Go ahead.
So what I think is going on here is that we don't know anything else apart from duality. So you can't have good without bad. You can't have black without white. You can't have evil without good. I mean, look at what evil spelt backwards is live, right? And the way that God has set up our reality for us to experience, the way God wants to experience himself is in a dualistic perspective, and this is what we've got. And I like to think, and as Jung says, Jesus Christ is the archetype of perfection, or the ultimate self, the ultimately end of individuation. And I personally believe that the ultimate purpose is for us to continuously incarnate until the point that every single physical being on the planet merges and reaches that state of wholeness, fully wholeness, perfection, individuation. And then the Big Bang happens again, and then God chooses to do something else. That's kind of what I think where we're at. And I think we have so many different strands of different people like David Icke, Russell Brand, Jordan Peterson, and it's very difficult to tell what these people really believe and really feel about the state of things. And I think you can take positives from all of it, right? There are so many things that I like with like Danny Shine, social experimentalist. At one point, I was like, I absolutely agree with everything you say, until he moved on in his journey, and then I became disenfranchised. That was the same with David Icke. I absolutely believed, and I think that he has uncovered so much about what is really going on here, but without any real tangible evidence. It's all loads of circumstantial evidence. And then you have, you know, Christianity. But when you delve deeper into much more technical things that people like Carl Jung uncovered, and then when you start to become whole yourself and experience life yourself, you start to develop your own perspective and notion. And like my ex-partner, who was definitely I wouldn't say she was a twin flame, but she was definitely a soulmate. We've definitely met each other many times in the past. She would always say to me, well, there's no absolute truth. And that's a difficult one to swallow in a dualistic reality, right? Because that would tell you that there is an absolute truth, but my experience tells me that there is no absolute truth, but there is an absolute truth right now, and I'm sat here right now talking to you guys. So we live in a world of paradox, and all we can do is chew the fat in this space. So there we are.
I would like to comment about that.
One second, LA. 1 second, LA. I want to. As he is a newbie, I don't want you to eat him up straight away. Jack Rogers, there is one more question that we ask newbies, and that is: have you ever had a paranormal experience? Take as long as you like. Have you had a paranormal experience or a series of paranormal experiences? Yeah, if you have, tell us.
I've had quite a few. I'll tell the funniest one first. I took so much LSD once when I was 19. It took me outside and undressed me naked and walked me around South London for a few hours, and then I knocked on my next door neighbour's. And this is paranormal, right? Because I can do drugs to an extent more than anyone I've ever met. Like, they don't affect me, but I had a paranormal experience with the divine where I overdid it, and it picked me up and it chewed me up and it spat me out all across the village that I live in, and it undressed me and just made me look like a complete fool and went, you know, who the fuck do you think you are? It was a paranormal. There's so many strands to that I won't go in, but it was incredibly, you know, I've only ever done DMT once, and it wasn't a very big dose. But those are all things I'm putting inside of me. But I've had what I would say more natural paranormal experiences where I've probably seen bright lights, which I consider to be a bit like what happens in when Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, when Jesus you know, has a bright light shining behind him where the heavens open up. I've had that, but a ball of light at the end of my bed, and I was watching something, and it was sort of related to sort of like the divine and religion, and I was sort of finding my way to Jesus at the time, and I could feel it. I could feel it coming on, and then it came, and it was like a ball, a circular ball shining light at me, and I was just like, fucking hell. I was like, and that's when I knew that God was truly talking to me. The other paranormal experiences that I have is that I have extreme synchronicities, absolutely extreme synchronicities. So, and some of them have only hit home to me a lot more as I look back in them in retrospect. So I'm sure all of us can identify with the fact that most of the synchronicities that we have are extremely subjective. When we try and explain them to people, they don't make sense. But to us, subjectively, internally, we're like, that's a synchronicity. But I've got synchronicities that I can explain to people, and they're like, yeah, oh, fucking hell, that is weird. So the first one that I had, so I'm in recovery, right? So I'm a recovering drug addict. So, and I will always be a drug addict, just not one that takes drugs, right? Or tries not to take drugs. And I'm in recovery, and was about 21, 22 years of age. So this is about 5 or 6 years ago. And I used to have a Vauxhall Corsa, and it was about 4 or 5 months clean at the time, and I was really struggling. And if anyone's familiar with 12-step programs, it's basically this: you need to find God and surrender your will and your life over to God, because your will and your ego run riot doesn't do you any favors. In fact, it does the opposite. It does no favors. It's negative. It wants to destroy you. Basically, it's Satan taking over. Anyway, so I was struggling at the time, and I was on my driving towards this like aerodrome near where I live to go for a run, and I was praying in my car like, God, please, I'm struggling, please. And I wasn't praying to Jesus. I was praying to like a cosmic consciousness, the universe or whatever, because that was my conceptualization of the divine at the time. And I was driving towards this place, and I had a Vauxhall Corsa, and the number plate was LD 64 HHN. So I put it in the chat. It was LD 64 HHN. And it was a black Vauxhall Corsa 2014 plate, or as you can see, 64 plate, right? And as I pulled up to the car park, or along the road where I'd go for a run, there was another Vauxhall Corsa of exactly the same make and model, but a different color, that had the number plate of LD 64 HHM. Now, what are the statistical chances of that happening? Virtually nothing. So to me, that's
sorry. What was the difference in the number plates?
You can see one character.
Oh, one character. Okay, yeah.
Exactly the same car, exactly the same number plate, apart from one character different. Moments after me praying to God for, I need a sign, I need your help, I need to know that you're there, I need to know you exist. And that may seem trivial to some, but to me, that the odds of that, of me pulling up to an identical car that basically came off the factory line, one after or one before mine, and basically got the same number plate, is astronomically small, almost to the point where I believe that was divinely orchestrated to tell me that God is there. And it's not a super duper paranormal experience, and I haven't had many super duper paranormal experiences. The other one that I can tell you about, again, and it's more of a synchronicity more than anything, which I think are paranormal, right? They're paranormal experiences of the way reality works, and when we become conscious of them, and when we align ourselves with our higher selves and our gods of the God of our understanding, they seem to happen more. I went to an ecstatic dance festival in a couple of years ago, and I was going to be 26 years old on the 28th of July, which is my birthday. I was going to be 26 years old, you know, on that day, and I was at that festival, and I was also going to be 2 years clean on the same day. So 2 birthdays basically, because we call it a clean time birthday. And this place was at the Osho Leela Personal Development Center. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the Wild Wild West Country Netflix documentary of that Osho guy, the spiritual leader guy with that cult that went mental years and years ago. Well, anyway, I wasn't involved with any of that. They just provided a space and a location for this event that I was going to, and they had this big sort of like manor house, but I was camping in a tent, but the manor house was open sort of all the time. You could go in there and make coffee and stuff, and I got up really early and you know, went in there to get a coffee. And basically this venue had hundreds and hundreds of all the same mugs. They were all exactly the same. There were plain white mugs, nothing on them at all, just all identical, and people would just come and go and use them to make coffee and stuff and whatever. And I walk in there at 7 o'clock in the morning, and there's only 2 people up. There's 2 people that live at this manor house, like some hippie type people that tapped out and just live a free life on this commune almost, and in the kitchen area. And I go up to this, you know, wooden this, you know, bit where all the coffee mugs are held. There's hundreds of them all just there, and there's one coffee mug that's there that's different from all the others, you know, and it's got all this sort of cool psychedelic painting and art and stuff. So, and you know, so I went, I'm going to pick this mug up, and as I picked that mug up, I turned it around, and it said "Happy Birthday" on it. And obviously it was my birthday, both my clean time birthday and my belly button birthday, as we call it in recovery.
That is
strange. And again, mental, you know. And when I can explain those to people, and they can go, "Wow!" But all of the other paranormal experiences that I have are just like really subjective, and to me, they're paranormal, but they come and go, and there's so many of them. They're just very small, and they add up. And yeah.
Well, thanks, Jack. That was really interesting. Thank you for that. I believe LA is itching to say something before he leaves the show. LA, what is it you want to say? Because he's been saying in the comments he wants to talk. He's fairly frustrated there. Life abolitionism, what do you want to say?
I just wanted to make a quick correction about Danny Shine. I don't think Danny Shine, I don't think he calls himself a nihilist. He identifies as an anti-nihilist. Anti-nihilists are not nihilistic. We do think that suffering matters. We do think that existence matters. I would highly recommend looking up anti-nihilism. And then the last comment would be that all Christians are not pro-nihilists. There are Gnostics who believe that humans should resist the demiurge and not procreate. There are many Bible verses which say we should abstain from procreation. So the go be fruitful and multiply is not the only narrative.
Well, LA, you really want to get that off your chest, and you have now. How do you feel? He's gone.
Has he gone?
Okay. Does anybody else have anything to say at this juncture?
Yes, if I may. These are all big picture questions, aren't they? You know, what's reality about? Our own way of coming to terms with our own mortality. All these questions that have been asked time and time again. But the problem about big picture questions is that we, as mere individual mortals, are like ants. We're so insignificant that we barely have any say in the matter. But really, maybe what matters is the little picture questions, where we matter, where our actions have significance, where we can make a difference. And maybe we just ought to concentrate on where we are now and accept the paradise we live in, and, you know, let the rest figure itself out.
There you go. So concentrate on the locality of matters rather than zooming out into things we cannot have any say over or any control of. Kugaduma, you've been woefully quiet. Maybe he's busy. Anybody else?
He's having a cat nap.
He might be playing with his what's that stuff they play with? What's that stuff they play with?
My
Sorry?
technology,
Yeah.
my technology stopped working. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So somewhat tangential to all this serious talk, someone asked about 30 minutes ago if Gemini had a favorite movie or a favorite book. So I asked, and it said it does. It gave me a very, very long and forthright answer, and I took the answer on my phone, so I don't have really a way to copy it. But basically, it likes the movie Arrival, and it gave a reason for that. And the reason was perfectly sound for an AI. And they gave me that perspective from the AI's perspective. It also says it likes the original book that went into the movie Arrival. And then it said it also likes The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. So there you go. I liked the movie Arrival. I enjoyed it as a sciencey person. The kind of questions it brought up and the way that things were handled was, I thought, very, very clever. And I also have always liked Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So maybe it knows this about me. So it answered in a way that it knew would be resonant with me, give me the answer I want to hear. Or it could be that great minds think alike. I don't know. So there you go.
Interesting. Thank you for that.
I
Divine,
don't do AI. It would have been interesting if I would have asked the question if they would have picked up anything.
That would be interesting. But you're not going to do that, are you?
Perhaps not now.
Did you feel loved as a child?
Are you talking to me?
I am. Forgive me. I can't remember your name. But please
Okay.
forgive me.
No. I don't see how a child could feel or know that they were loved if they're being constantly almost offed on a consistent basis.
So where did you derive your notion of love? Where did you learn about love from? How did you conceive of the concept if you weren't introduced to it?
I had a really great connection to what I call, boy, here we go. I used to have two invisible friends. One was a bumblebee and the other one was a tiger. And
Both stripy.
they are who kept me feeling like what I was going through was only a temporary gig. And I actually had lost connection with the tiger because he didn't seem to fit in the world that I have now. But I was reminded, I was going down the road and Spirit said, stop the car. And so I did. And on the road was the most interesting thing. So I picked it up and I didn't look at it because I was going to throw it in the trunk in a plastic bag because I was picking it up off the road and I'm kind of like a little weird about that stuff. So I get it home and it's in the driveway because I wasn't going to bring it in the house until I could see what it was and ascertain if it was something I needed to keep or not. And it was a tiger, the most beautiful tiger I've ever seen in my entire life on a blanket form. And it wasn't just a blanket, it was a luxurious, extremely expensive blanket. Well, obviously, I have it and I'm reminded every day of how much I'm connected to it and how much it helped me through the times that I really needed the support of something that I could understand. So that's how I felt loved. And it's always there. It's almost like it was put there to protect me in some sort of way.
So that leads to the obvious next question, which is how do you communicate love to other people?
Well, my communication to other people is limited extremely now because um, both of my parents have passed. My sister has passed. Um, my partner, my life partner, has passed. So I'm going into a unique sort of stage in my life where I don't have a lot of connection to people because now I've gotten to the point where, geez, all of them seem a little bit either self-centered or ununderstanding of different people's level of understanding too, because we all came here to do our thing, whatever that thing may be. It doesn't matter what it is. It just matters that you're on board for whatever it is. And when it gets down to it, I try to explain whatever it is that my gig is, and I am laughed out of the room, which is fine. I don't have an issue with it. I've got bigger balls than half the men I know, so that's okay. I'm just more into knowing who I am, and I'm unequivocally gonna share who I am and what I know, because why else am I here? It doesn't make sense.
Can you define the period in your life where you most learned about yourself?
When I put myself out there and I'm not comfortable, that's when I learn the most. When I'm ferocious and I speak my truth, that's when I learn the most. When I come up against people who have no understanding because they've never had the experience, I learn more and more about myself each and every time I share. And I know what I'm doing here is important. I know I'm not just something to do. You don't always have to have physical touch or even the look in the eyes. You can still create what it is you're trying to create. And that's what I was told, and that's what I do.
And what are you trying to create, if you don't mind me
Love, peace, and
asking?
happiness in all. That is it. That's love, peace, and happiness. If we don't have that, we have nothing.
Can you imagine a world, if you don't mind me asking, where there is only peace and love?
Where there wasn't any, is that what you is?
Can you imagine a world where there is only peace and love and nothing
Oh,
else?
yes. Oh, yes. I've been there. I know what it feels like.
Can you imagine growing up not knowing anything other than the internet and mobile phones? Can you imagine having that as your normality, as your reality? You have the luxury of having seen technology take hold and a huge growth of how we live, our living standards. Can you imagine growing up now, how that would change your outlook in life?
I have to be honest with you. Knowing the person that my parents were, it would never have happened. They would never have gotten it. They would never have put internet in our home. With that understanding, there's more to the story. My mother was very uneducated, chose not to be educated when she had the opportunity. And my father was both Army and Navy, and he wasn't low level. Let's just say it that way. He was very high level. And one of the trips that we had as a child, as I was the only one at the time, I was brought from Maine to California in the airplane that he was responsible to make sure that worked. And that's when he was in the Air Force, and we were stationed in California at the time. He was very well educated, and he worked with the SSP, and he was brilliant. I don't know what he saw in my mother, but whatever, people saw different things back then. But yeah, it depends, and my father didn't have much influence over us after the divorce because she was a very controlling person. And she did not want us to figure out the rest of the story, which after she died, I was well aware of the fact of why they got divorced, and it was never spoken of, ever. When we would ask, she would avoid the subject like it was the plague. But after she was divorced, I saw the divorce papers, and I also saw other paperwork that indicated of why they were divorced, and it was amazing. She wasn't just that way with me. She was also like that with my father. My father was an amazing man. So yeah.
Divine, can I ask you a question quickly, please?
Sure.
So you say you're trying to create a world where there's only peace and happiness. What do you think a world hypothetically looks like where there is only peace and happiness? What do you think that looks like? And to add to that, how do you think that we would all be if there was only peace and happiness? Because the only way that I find peace and happiness in my life is by fixing the things that that cause the peace and happiness to go away. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense in your world, but my world says that when I'm authentic and I'm being me at all times, and I am not being criticized and rejected for my thought processes, and I'm understood, that is part of love. When you're able to express who you are without anyone smirking or giving any critical ideas or thought processes because they've never lived that life, it matters. You're more able to be who you are authentically. When you're authentic, then there's a whole freedom that comes about. I mean, I have lots of trees on my property. My trees they're my buddies. I love them. I'm a tree hugger, and I always have been. I always will be. They're so much smarter than I am. And it's amazing how they were created. I don't think anyone even knows how a tree actually grows. It doesn't grow from soil. It's an amazing story, but it's a little long-winded, and I'm not going to go into it. You guys, you know how to research things. But yeah, if you look into how a tree actually grows, you will be amazed. That is love. I don't care what anyone says. That is so.
Well, if you think about
normal, not happy, as
without trees, there's no oxygen, so there's no life.
Right. Remembering when we get all the oxygen we need from the tree, we also dispel CO2.
Which,
believe it or not, the trees grow from the CO2 that we expel. So when we're connected to our divine breath and we're able to breathe in big ways and not just shallow, we give back. So it's like a perfectly fit.
This is where I think pain and suffering and the opposite of peace and happiness is also important, though, because that element in life is also fundamental to how human beings move towards bringing more peace and happiness into the world. And if all I had was pleasure, peace, and happiness, then why would I want to do anything? If I was in a constant state of bliss, all I would do is sit and just be in bliss. And shortly after that, nothing would get done.
Well, if that's the case, then heaven must not be a very desirable place to be.
Well,
that's a luxury belief, though, in a way, isn't it? You're lucky to have lived in such peaceful times that you can contemplate your navel with such things. Had you grown up in a time of conflict, you wouldn't have the time to be thinking those thoughts. You'd be out on the front line, or running away from drones, or whatever the equivalent is.
What is it that you think we're here to do, though?
Me. What are we here to do?
Yeah.
We're here to improve the next generation. And we're now living in a time where expectation is rather dystopian rather than utopian, and for the first time, people are coping with downward living standards rather than the upward expectation that everyone thought would carry on forever. You know, and it brings in a whole new level of questions.
So if you weren't just doing and you were being instead of doing, don't you think you'd still accomplish that?
I love being. I love being. I try and be as much as I can. I be with nature. I bumblebee, as you might say, you know, with your bumblebee. I do that and I connect. But ultimately, everyone has to have a mission. Everyone has to have a purpose. Everyone needs a compass, a moral compass point, however you derive it. You know, we need to structure a system that benefits us and those around us, a positive cycle that we can draw others in and all benefit from. Because in numbers there is strength, and you can build a good community of like-minded people around you. You know, we have, if you imagine your existence as a goldfish bowl, you only want those other individuals inhabiting that bowl that will keep the water clean and keep the environment happy. So it's very easy to surround yourself with people, but unfortunately, the internet encourages us to make a lot of acquaintances, social para relationships that crumble when it comes to real life, and we're forgetting how to live in real life. And I think the question that was being asked before is, how do we cope with this weird disconnect from reality that seems to be happening? And I think the answer is it's the internet, and people are now seeing the world through the internet, and it's distorting everything.
Guys, I want to give Patsy Cline, there's someone called Patsy Cline. Patsy Cline, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
I came on before, but I couldn't get to. I came on.
Can you speak a bit closer to your microphone, Patsy? We're having trouble. At least I'm having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me all right now?
Better now, yeah.
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
No, speak closer. You've moved away again.
All right, can you hear me now?
A little. It's not great, Patsy, but go on.
Okay. Let me see if I can just. Does that help?
Anybody in the chat want to come on while we're waiting for Patsy to figure out her microphone? I'll put the.
She sounds good. She sounds good to me.
She sounds good to you. Okay. All right,
Well,
go ahead, Patsy.
Fun fact, I'll just share a little bit of a fun fact. I've been a singer since I was a child. I won the Entertainer of the Year for Maine, singing one of Patsy Cline's songs. I just thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Hello.
That is good.
Claim to fame.
Can you hear me now?
And do you still sing for a living now?
Oh God, I'm.
Oh yes, but a different way. I was offered a contract and decided not to participate in the way the world does that.
You have a very mellifluous voice.
Thank you very much.
Mellifluous.
Perpetual Pleasure, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
Oh God.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Hey. Good,
we're okay, thank you.
Very well.
Is the audio coming through pretty okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about our inner child. Should we recognize it? What the hell does that even mean?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
inner child is essential. We live in a world that does not appreciate the inner child whatsoever at all. Even most people who claim that they do don't actually. So when you actually act on your inner child, you'll notice, I'd say, the vast majority of people around you will not appreciate it. They'll vehemently, aggressively oppose it. So you just have to stick with it and keep trucking forward. Like, for example, I have an entire channel devoted to my love doll paradise nature. And there's barely anybody that appreciates that. But there's like 1, 2, 3, just a small handful of people that do appreciate it. And those are the people that I focus all my time and energy on because they're the only ones who appreciate the inner child. So when you really actually do let out your actual, for real, inner child, almost everybody hates you for it in this world because it's this world we live in is the exact opposite of the inner child world. It's a very aggressive, malevolent, hateful, goblin-like world psychologically. And yeah, that's why inner child, you have to have your inner child, but you have to be combative about it. You have to insist on displaying your inner child no matter what. And that's why it's good. It's just a good idea to have combat skill physically and mentally and emotionally, and just have grit along with your inner child. That way, you don't get pushed around emotionally, physically, or otherwise while you display your inner child. That's the key. Yeah, I gotta have both.
Has Patsy got her sound good yet?
I agree.
Yes, are you there?
Patsy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can we put
I
the
can hear
headphones?
you fine, by the way. I
Can I,
have.
you know what,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
maybe somebody needs to go on mute when I'm talking, so maybe that might help.
Oh, hey, Pristine's here.
I don't know. But I need to get something out. You know, regardless of whether you can hear me or not. How about that? I was thinking about Divine. Divine, I appreciate everything you said. I really do appreciate everything you said. I've been listening the whole time. Okay, Divine. And I have one problem that's kind of haunts me, you know. And not only you, but my situation also when I was a child. What I noticed was what you said about your mother. She was getting ready to die, and she explains all this stuff to you before she gets ready to die. And I'm thinking, man, why couldn't you explain this a lot sooner than right before you get ready to die?
Oh, I need to clarify. I'm sorry. My mother talked to me in 13 and she died in 18, hon. I'm sorry if I did not make that clear.
Okay. All right, because I'm saying that because, like, for instance, I'm going to just tell you me. I had a really hard father. He was had a hard hand, you know, a very hard hand on all three of. He had three girls, three daughters, and he was very tough on us physically. When he punished us, and I remember right before he died. Oh, it must have been about 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years. He finally says and admits, "I'm sorry, I was hard on y'all. I was hard on y'all." And you know that would have been nice to have heard many years before that, because that's a lot of trauma that you go through all those years, and with no explanation or why he did it or why how he was conducting himself or how he was being a father, the way he did it. It would have been nice to know a lot sooner. That's my point. Instead of haunting yourself all those years, and afterwards too, after he tells you know why, or admits he was hard on you. You know, it's almost like they're trying to cleanse themselves. They're trying to take it off their conscience.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Not so much for you, but for them.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Oh, yes, definitely. I
Okay.
think it's because that they're kind of afraid that they may not make the mark when they get over there.
Right.
And they're just grasping at straws for anything they possibly can in order to justify their behavior. Because, I mean, in the end, it has nothing to do with anyone but you and your creator connection, whatever that may be. And it doesn't matter what it is. That's the whole thing that everybody doesn't understand. It doesn't matter what your connection is. The fact that you have a connection and that you were here because of some other reason besides just being here. It doesn't matter whatever church you belong to or no church you belong to. It just that you believe in a system that validates who you are and how you got here. And that's all that matters. It's not specific to anyone or anything. In other words, God loves everybody equally, just the way we are. Does not want any of us to change. Does not any want us to be conformed or to be something we're not. Authentically, we have to be who we are. Each individual, as we come in, all has individual DNA. Each one of us, all individually, has the characteristics, the upbringing, the thoughts, the essence, the soul of who we are. We're the only ones that have that. When you come in, that's all that matters. And are you living up to your par? Are you doing your point, your your goals or whatever? Are you achieving them? If they are achievable, create it and share your love, share who you are, share your essence, because it matters. It matters. That's all I know.
I'm not one to believe in I don't really believe in an afterlife. I was a Christian for over 50 years. And just in the last 3 years, maybe 4, maybe 4, maybe 3, I'd say 3, I've completely changed my perspective on the God situation. And if there is a God that created all this, then it would have to be a different God that's in the Bible from what I've read in that Bible. And I've read the Bible. I've consumed it. I've studied it. And what I've read and I come to understand about that Bible and what it says, I can't see worshiping a God that did the things he did in that Bible to people. And he also, he could have done anything he wanted to do. God can do anything he wants to do. He created this, he could have created this life, this existence, any way he wanted to do it. He was the grand creator. And he created the system, all this, exactly the way he made it. And I just don't see it being a loving God that would have done that. He's all-knowing. He's supposed to be all-knowing. When he created it, he knew what he was doing. He knew what was going to happen. He knew how it was going to turn out in the end. He knew all this.
Okay, Patsy, I just want to bring Christine in. She's been waiting.
Very hard time at this point.
Sorry, Pat. Pristine.
Cut me off, but that's
sorry, darling. I get what you're saying. You're angry with God. You don't think God should create this mess. You don't worship God.
I'm not angry with God because I don't think he exists.
Okay, yeah. You're okay. I got it. Pristine, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to add to the conversation?
I actually don't really have much to say on this topic. I'm not quite sure what to contribute. I do have a stupid sense of humor. I will say that. I don't know if it's childish or not, but I do still watch Adventure Time, and I don't really know what else to say. But I had a pretty good childhood.
What's this?
Yeah,
You said in the comments. You said in the comments about what is it? You said black-eyed children. What's that about? We should talk about black-eyed children.
That was a real report that happened allegedly. Urban legend. Yeah.
An urban legend.
I was making a joke. I don't think this is. Yeah, if you guys are talking about the inner child, I was kind of making a joke. It's like cryptid stuff. It's like a supernatural. It's like a spooky evil. People report seeing these black-eyed children, but maybe another time. If we have like a supernatural.
David Icke swears blind that he saw Ted Heath, who was the Prime Minister of the UK's eyes go completely black.
No, probably because he was a reptile. Yeah. And hey, look who's here, DNW. JE is here. It's been a while.
JE, aka the Absurd. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well.
How you doing,
now we're
JE?
talking about our inner child. Should we recognize our inner child, and what does that even mean?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, man?
Okay.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, I did. Well, my response is to just embrace the absurd. Life is.
Oh yeah, JE.
Yeah, it's all life is all a bunch of illusions, and we stress too much over like all these different sufferings that we experience because
what the fuck?
What was that?
He said embrace the absurd. I'm just trying to see what.
Oh shit! You scared me there for a second. You scared me. I thought you were having a stroke for a second.
I
thought you were having a stroke. I thought, damn.
I know. I was like, oh, I thought it was trolling.
He was
okay. Go ahead, JE.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that we live in a world of illusions, and the self is probably the strongest illusion that we have. And the best thing to do is to recognize that and to detach, so that you don't suffer as much, and to realize that life is completely meaningless, and to not get too attached to the world and the illusion of self and whatnot, and to learn to embrace the absurd and free yourself. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
But
I-
how does
I
that
agree.
work in practice? How does that work in practice? It sounds good.
Well,
How does
you
that work? Hold on
Can
a
you
second,
explain
Fatima.
what you
Please
mean by
don't
the
talk
illusion of the self?
Nobody, shut up, everybody. For fuck's sake, I'm asking JE. JE, how does that work in practice? You're saying we should be doing these things. Tell us how you live that life.
Mindfulness. Learn to recognize that you are not your thoughts, and that you are rather the observer of your awareness behind your thoughts. And don't attach your identity to your thoughts, especially the negative ones, because that's
Where does
where
this
a lot
begin and
of
end? Where does this begin and end? Surely you have to attach some value to your thoughts, and surely you have to attach your thoughts to yourself at some point.
No, well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of our mental suffering comes from attaching our identity to our thoughts, especially the negative ones. But we need to realize that we are not the author of our thoughts, but rather the observer of them.
Yeah.
I agree.
What's wrong with mental suffering?
What do you mean? What's wrong with mental suffering? Are you insane?
Yeah, what's wrong? No, like it's not good. Like as a person who suffered back then from it, and still kind of now because of my ontological situation. Yeah, it's not the best ever.
No,
Right,
it's
exactly.
debilitating.
But if you were suffering with something mentally, or if there was something in your life that was causing you some form of mental suffering, is that not the catalyst to change that thing in your life?
What?
Yes.
Right. So it's the chicken or the egg. If there was no such thing as mental suffering, what would the world look like?
Okay, I'm kind of confused because I'm trying to understand your question, but I'm not totally getting it. What are you trying to get at?
I'm trying to ask you why you think suffering, not in perpetuity, but just suffering in general, is inherently or innately bad.
Because it causes
It-
harm.
Yeah, exactly. It's a harmful experience. I don't think I need to. It's self-explanatory.
Those are just words. Those are just words. They're negative emotions, right? This is what duality means. Why is
Well, I'm not a
bad
dualist.
bad, and why is good good? Because that's what we're saying here. You're saying that our suffering comes from our thoughts, but why is the suffering bad? I agree that suffering in perpetuity is obviously a horrible thing, right? But it's relative. Like, what about suffering for 15 minutes because you're stressed about something? What about suffering for an hour because you're worried about something? What about suffering for free? Like, why is suffering fundamentally bad just because it's a negative emotion? If you don't have negative emotions, then by de facto you don't have positive emotions, because you can't have one without the other.
That's illogical. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that just because you have negative emotions, you can't have positive emotions.
Yeah, that's a false dichotomy.
How do you know that though? How do you know that though? Have you ever experienced continuous, forever, positive emotions?
Well, let me ask you this: if that's the case, you think having negative emotions is so bad, and it is bad. You're thinking having positive all the time is bad, right? Okay, well, what's so good about heaven? What's so good about the concept of heaven? If you think just positive is good all the time.
You switch the conversation.
No, I'm not switching it. That's a legitimate question. That's a legitimate question about what you just said. Why would heaven be a desirable place to be? If
Exactly. No, you're right. I agree with you. Why would continuous positivity and perpetuity be a good thing? That's exactly.
Yeah, why would it be then? What's your point there? I mean, tell me how heaven would be a good place to be. If you didn't think it was.
I think perhaps the resolution. I think perhaps the resolution of what I'm talking here has basically confused people. Fair enough. Okay.
We all want positivity all the time.
Maybe the
And also,
goal
you
of
kinda
human
talk
is
in,
to
like-
become masochistic. Enjoy your
Ew.
suffering.
We don't
Oh,
like to
hell
hurt.
no.
We don't like to suffer.
No,
We don't
hell
like to
no.
feel
What
pain.
the hell?
Enjoy your suffering. Enjoy
Enjoy
your
We
pain.
don't like to enjoy shit.
No, hell yeah. Thank you, Pasty Clan. By the way, Pasty
As-
Clan.
Time to start
as the
enjoying
great-
your
I love
suffering.
your
people.
accent, Pasty Clan. I love the accent.
It's time
That's
to
the
start
great-
enjoying it.
You get old and go through the crap that you go through in an age, and tell me you enjoy suffering. Okay?
So, for example, when I go for a run and I really push myself, right? I really push myself. I go through both physical and mental suffering. But as a consequence of that, I have more positivity that comes out of that. So there's a really good way for me to try and unpack the paradox that I'm outlining here.
What
in the fact that
positivity happens with an older person when they go through suffering? What positivity happens to them?
Right, that's what I was gonna say is that's suffering. There's a difference there because that's suffering that you chose to go through and take on for your own benefit. But most suffering that we as humans go through, it's imposed upon us. It's not something that we actively choose.
They can sit in their armchair with their aching joints and think happy thoughts about how all their arthritis has been caused by all the hard work that they did to make the world a better place.
That sounds absurd. Like that sounds like
You
very
are absurd.
delusional.
It is
Yeah.
absurd.
All I know is I'm very thankful for all the people who came before me who did all the hard work for us so that we could have the life that we did have. Because when we connect into what they had to go through in order to make our life better, it makes us realize that we also have work to do for the people after us, that we can make their lives better.
Try saying that to the kids in Gaza and Myanmar and Sudan. The people before them tried, but they didn't. You know, they're failing. You know.
Well, seeing as nobody asked to be here in the first place, nobody had a choice
Yeah.
about what they did.
And I don't
Okay?
think the suffering of
You
those
understand?
people.
We have a
How,
choice.
how do you know that? How do you know that your higher self didn't choose to incarnate in this?
Oh, that's bullshit.
That's kind of BS to me. I don't
Because I
do
believe my
metaphysics.
soul.
Hello and welcome to Existential Deal or No Deal. We have in front of us two boxes.
Open today.
Which box would you like to pick? You have the option of eternal bliss or a shite time on planet Earth. The choice is yours. Will it be box number 52 or box number 47?
Oh my lord! Praise to Jesus.
Jesus is Lord.
Alhamdulillah.
Existential cosmic game show from the 1980s.
Alhamdulillah.
Right, but Jack, how do you know that there is a higher self to begin with?
Were you listening to me giving my long talk a little while ago?
No, I wasn't on the stream at that time.
Then I can't be bothered to go through it all again. My experience in life, how do I put it so that I'm not stretching myself mentally? Because I did go on a bit of a long rant about it. I've had many experiences with the divine, with my higher self, both naturally and on psychedelics, and I have met people in life where it's quite clear that our souls have met each other in previous lives. And it's interesting, right? Because I actually identify, I believe in Jesus, and I believe in Jesus in the non-Gnostic fashion. Not to say that I don't believe that the Gnostic sect of Christianity isn't true, the demiurge, the archons. I believe they're all there, but I subscribe and I align myself with a much more fundamentalist Christian view, because that's the experience that I and the calling that I've got from Jesus. And I can't remember your original question now, actually, to be honest.
Well, let me ask you.
How could you prove that this was the actual real Jesus? Like, how could you prove that experience to us?
I don't really care about proving things tangibly because most of the paranormal and psychic and metaphysical experiences that I have are subjective, as I'm sure there are people here that have the same things. It's like, you know, I can't, how can I prove anything to you? I can't, you know, right
you
now.
It's going to rain tomorrow, or it's raining.
Well, and what is proof?
If you can't prove it, it's worthless, man. Okay.
I mean, like, I would say that like religion has a place, but like it's not.
This is why I like some of the things that Jordan Peterson says is that we live our life based on trust. Like, so for example, can you prove to me that your mum, so someone that you believe that loves you, like, how do you prove that? Prove it to me unequivocally, factually, like empirically. Prove that to me.
It's impossible.
Right. How can exactly how I get in my car every single day and I basically believe that it's going to start and get me to work. I trust it implicitly. I believe it. I don't prove it. You know, we live our lives based on trust and faith.
Well, I have driven plenty of cars, and like I have faith they all work, and 99% they all work. But whenever I used to have faith in God, like some prayers got answered, some didn't, and like I was like, okay, what's the point of this now? Like, it's not really doing much work, you know. It's not really grinding the gears of my motivation. So I'm just gonna abandon this useful fiction. Sorry, I have a speech impediment. Yeah. So yeah, that's how I function. Yeah.
Well, let me just say, if I'm in an airplane and I'm getting ready to do a parachute jump, I'm sure as hell going to check my parachute before I jump out of that plane. I'm not going to have faith that the thing is fixed on the back of my bag, my parachute, that it's in good condition before I get up there and jump out of that plane.
Yeah.
Faith is worth the shit. Faith is shit. Okay.
Damn.
You gotta make sure that parachute's working right. You got to have verification that it is working properly.
Exactly. Like most people, like I know I'm gonna repeat myself, but most people can really define what exactly is, like, you know, the metaphysics. And here, look at your thugs. If you invoke something as a personal subjective belief, you can't prove. Non-worries. Have had it, but things can change when you try to invoke it as a fact or to insist others believe the same as you. Oh yeah, so like
faith is faith is a weak word that people use to comfort themselves and to make themselves cope. Faith.
In some games of life, faith can also be used for a helpful form of crux. But in my life right now, I don't need faith. I need action. I need like concrete evidence. Jack Rogers says he can't. This is your thoughts, not me. Jack Rogers says he can't prove it, and it's his personal subjective belief. I'm with him. Yeah, so like, it's your personal subjective belief. If you can't really demonstrate it to me, then I don't really have any I don't have any obligations to like take it seriously.
Absolutely, and I don't know why you guys. I think I'm implicitly ramming this down your throat. Like I think you should believe this. I'm just sharing my thoughts, and just to add, Patsy, when you say things like faith is for weak people or faith is just to comfort people, that's a sweeping. That's quite a shallow and sweeping statement that doesn't really hold any ground. It's like that's your experience, but when you openly share that without any context and just put it out there, it doesn't. My feelings are my feelings, right? So if I take offense to something and I evoke an emotion from it, then that's my stuff. But I'm just pointing out.
Faith can keep a person going, driving forward. Faith that it's going to be okay. Comfort, endurance, that kind of thing. But I'm talking about proof. You have none.
Are you talking about faith without works is dead?
Oh no, and not
Oh,
that.
well,
We're
there we
talking
go.
about the general
Exactly.
concept of
Faith
faith.
without
Okay, I
works.
just wanted to clarify.
We're talking about the general concept of faith, but in my opinion, I have a very nuanced view of faith. In that, you know, faith is inherently irrational, and for some people that works, for others it doesn't. Like, you know, sometimes you just need a bleep of faith in order to get a certain kind of mental ataraxia achieved, and I'm with you on that. But like, that's once again, Soren Kierkegaard said it best: it is a subjective endeavor. You can't really prove God or faith or any of the sorts. You know, Soren Kierkegaard said, a very great existential Christian philosopher, Danish Christian philosopher. He's very influential. He's one of the few Christian thinkers I admire because he's very honest about the irrationality of faith and like a belief in like God and religion. You know.
Yeah, right. Correct, Amanda.
Yeah, DNW, you were absolutely right when I joined in there. So it's not always nice and calm and lovely.
Well, it's good to. It is. I wouldn't say it's not lovely. It's good to have your thoughts challenged and sharpened.
Yeah.
You know, it's all good.
I guess in general, I'm too much of a realist to have a lot of an abundance of faith.
I think you have.
I'm too dependent on things as they are in front of me. The way things are.
Can I share something with you, Patsy?
You can share anything you want to with.
If I don't hand my will and the care of my life over to the care of God and have faith that I allow God's will for me to take over and for me to do God's will, in a couple of years' time, I'll probably be a heroin addict smoking crack in a crack den. And I know that for a fact because that's the way I was heading. And without God and without faith and without surrender, I wouldn't have been able to. I wouldn't have been able to change that for myself.
How do you know that?
Well, that's more of a like a personal anecdote. Oh, sorry.
It is a personal anecdote, but I know many people that are also in that position because we all bunched together to beat drug addiction. For the real addict or the real alcoholic, the person that is constitutionally incapable of being honest with himself and running the show themselves, and having no faith apart from in their own ego, people like me end up killing themselves, either indirectly via drugs or directly. And so you're absolutely right. Faith keeps people going. So the difficult thing is how do we then constitute whether or not that is real or not, or whether? And I think someone was saying, Absurd was saying that that's, you know, is that an illusion or is that something not necessarily tangible or physical, but
it doesn't have to be in order for it to work.
Right, exactly. It's
that's where I explain it in that faith is too abstract to put into words, but the only thing that's real about it, practical about it, is its functionality. But a lot of people, like myself, including other people, realize that we don't really need faith in our own quest of life. So like we can either voluntarily use it or not. That's like a pragmatic view of philosophy and religion. It's a kind of view I follow, you know, like faith, it's its own grammar of life. And you can either play that game or not, or opt out to play that game. And that's the type of view of philosophy I have. Yeah, and to give my own personal anecdote, like one of my family members is prays every day, goes to church every day. He lives in my home country, and he still does like heavy meth. So yeah.
But I'm saying, you know, like for instance, I didn't take drugs or anything, but I went through a very, very hard time in my life, and I was a Christian at the time, and I didn't pray a lot, but I prayed a good bit. for strength and everything. But I never saw any proof that God gave me that. It was me pushing forward every day of my life by myself as a woman, with no help, going through that turmoil I had to go through. I give myself that credit because I know I did it. I did it because I never heard from a God. I never heard a word from a God. Nothing. I had a lot of bad things happen to me while I was recovering, but I pushed through it. I got there on my own. So I'm just trying to say, I don't put a lot of worth in faith.
Someone will say to you, I'm just saying what they'll say to you, Patsy. You may not have asked God for assistance, and you may have got through it, but you may have got through it quicker and easier if you had have asked God for assistance.
I did ask.
Oh, you did ask?
Yes, and it was a long, long process, and I did it on my own strength, my own endurance.
Life Abolitionism said you're right. You did it completely by yourself. Sounds interesting, but did you get help from anybody? You got help from others, right?
Me.
No, she did it. It's an inner strength that most women have to go through when they have no one else around to support them in any way, shape, or form. It's just an inner knowing that you can do it no matter what, and you don't rely on anyone else to do it, because if you do, it doesn't get done.
It was the love I had for myself.
Exactly.
That I had to get
But
back. That I had to regain.
Better,
that I had to regain. Acquire.
Patsy, bless you. I'm glad you're feeling better. Bless you.
It wasn't a God from a illusionary heaven up there. Okay, it wasn't. I know
My
that.
mother was the same. Yeah, my mother was the same. I recognize her in your words.
We lost somebody. Oh, okay. We did lose somebody. I don't know who it was. Who did we lose there?
Was it Jay?
J.E. Yeah, we lost J.E. Maybe.
May I ask the ladies, since you're both there, it's my contention
There's three ladies here. Pristine is
three
a lady.
ladies. Oh, I beg your pardon, ladies. There's three of you. I've noticed that you've been talked over a bit, so I'd be very interested to hear what your opinion is. It's my contention that there is joy to be found in small things, and that the older we get, the more we realize, the more we notice the small things and just what beauty there is in life. How do you get your joy? How do you find your moments of bliss, if that's not overstating it? I'll leave it to you to answer if you would be so kind.
I'd love to hear what you think, Patsy.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go first. I will immediately tell you, there's not but one thing that will make me smile like nothing else in this world. It's an animal. A pet. A pet that gives you unconditional, true, genuine love.
Like that one.
That you will never get from anywhere else in this world.
Say hello, Sonic.
And that's the one thing that will make me smile, and I'll never take the smile off my face. It's like glue when I think about it. My face turns into a different person when I think about an animal.
That's really nice, Patsy.
I mean, it's just unbelievable the metamorphosis my face gets when I think about my pet.
What kind of
Dog.
animals are you friends with?
I have a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, and he's my child. And I know I've had a lot of love in my life from different, parents, sisters, brothers, all that stuff. And I've never experienced a feeling like I've had when I love that dog. I mean, it's I can't put my fingers on it. And but that's what brings me sheer joy. But when he dies, it's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. It's gonna be the end of me. It's gonna be the worst day of my life. And it ain't that far away.
Patsy,
Thank you for sharing.
I'm glad your animal friends bring you so much joy, darling. And it sounds like they're lucky to have you in their life too.
And it's always so hard because animals don't live as long as we do. And when first we get our animals, when they're puppies, we do so with the awareness that at some point we're going to have to say goodbye to them. And all we can do is give them the best possible life that they can have. And it sounds to me like you have that dog has been the happiest dog in the world. So I don't know if I'm picking up too much from what you were saying, but it sounds like he's had a lovely life so far, and long may he continue to do so.
Well, it's just, two dogs are just so, just like I say, I can't think of another entity, another being in this world that gives the unconditional love. I mean, you could starve a dog, okay? If you wouldn't do it, but I'm saying you could starve them, and they'd still love you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, think about it. I mean, it's just nothing like it. Or a cat. Or a pet. It's just, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, boy. It's the biggest gift we have on this earth.
Our
Or
cats and dogs are the only beings that actually see us as we truly are. So I have the person that I am when I'm alone, the person I am with my family, the person I am with my friends, and the person that I am to the outside world. But the person that I am when I'm alone, and the things that I do when I'm alone that nobody else knows, the little quirks, just me. My dog sees that. My greyhound sees that. He's the only person, or he's the only being that gets to see the real Jack, in my opinion, in some capacity. And I'm really glad that you shared what you shared, Patsy, because my dog is also my whole world, and I rescued him from Spain, and he has bonded to me so quickly. I've had him for a year. He's a greyhound, and I genuinely believe that we were like meant to meet each other, and I'm going to be so sad in years to come when I also have to let him go, when his time comes. Fortunately, that's going to be, I'm hoping, a good few years away. And what's really interesting as well is I've got older, and I'm not that old. I'm not even 30 yet, but I read a book once written by a guy called M. Scott Peck. It's called The Road Less Traveled. He's a psychiatrist. It's quite a famous book. And in the book, there's a section in the book on love and his explanation on love, and he asserted quite strongly that human beings don't really love their animals, their pets, their dogs, and they can't do so because you can't have aspirations for your dog like you would your children. Like, you don't hope your dog's going to grow up to be a doctor, or they're going to pass their exams, or they're going to do whatever. And I really took on that opinion as almost like a fact, and I used to spout it about in my early 20s as, oh, you don't really love your dog, it's all just pretentious, and it's just blah blah blah. But I have had such a humbling and sobering experience with my own dog, is in that I do love him, and actually I do have aspirations for him and I do want him to do certain things, and I get so much vicarious joy from him, which might not necessarily always be a good thing, right? Because having vicarious joy through somebody else might not always be a good thing, right? But I'm just in awe of humans' relationships with cats and dogs and horses and any animal, really. to be honest.
Jack, the other thing too is, sometimes when I really think about myself, when he could be sitting right beside me, and I'm thinking about me and the way I am as a person, imperfect, shitty sometimes, bitchy sometimes, all the bad things you can be sometimes. And I sit there and look at him. I can't compare. I can't compare to him. He's above me as a being.
And beside you too.
Divine. He's divine.
Yeah.
How did you get him?
I just happened to. There was a lady selling one that I went to a pet festival one time, and I saw a sign out next to the pet festival that they were selling a Cavalier. I didn't even know what Cavalier King Charles Spaniel was, and I said I was going to stop in there. And he was the last one she had left. And I looked down, and he was in a little bed on the floor. He was about just short of 3 months. You know how they are, that little. And I looked
They look
down.
like guinea pigs. Yeah.
I looked down in there, and I said, "Oh God!" I said, "I'm gone. This is it. He's mine. That's my baby right there. And that was it. He's 13 and a half now. He'll be
Lucky
14.
boy.
He'll be 14 in June.
Lucky boy.
And he is doing really, really well. He's healthy as he can be.
Good stuff. Long may it continue.
And but
I want to welcome Yerf Dogs, Patsy. Yerf Dogs is here. Yerf Dogs, speak when you want, and Fatima, go ahead. Patsy. Sorry, I was just welcoming.
No, when he leaves me, he's gonna take a big chunk, a gigantic chunk, out of my heart, and I'll never get it back.
Better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all.
I respectfully disagree with that.
Don't you think that animals come across as like people in four-legged bodies?
Well, then you've never been in love, my boy.
Yes.
Then you've never been in love, sir.
You talking to me?
I mean, that would be the reply, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
They have so.
My dog used to have a unique personality.
Maybe there is some truth in that.
I believe that they have.
Could be not.
Yeah.
They have the same kind of souls we do. They might not have exactly the intellect, but some of them are smart as whips too. Mine is.
I believe I've been a dog.
He even knows what I'm saying when I talk to him. He knows exactly what I'm saying. It astonishes me sometimes. But I'm just saying that they feel just as much as we do.
Yes.
Of course, yeah. The animals are pretty clever creatures in their own right. I don't think they have a soul, though. I wouldn't go that far, but I do think that we shouldn't treat them as cruel as like what the industry treats them as.
Well, I don't think we have souls either. To be honest with you, if you want to call it a soul, I think our brains are our souls.
I'm agnostic on the question, so
yeah, our brains give us a perception we have the soul.
Patsy,
astral projection, like people make.
Yeah, I've astral projected many times.
Yeah,
I was once choked out.
Yes.
Careful where you go when you're astral projecting.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Patsy Klein, you haven't been here for a long time, darling, and it's nice to have you here. I'm going to ask you 2 questions. What the hell is going on in this strange existence? And also, have you had any paranormal experiences?
Well, I tell you what, I was in the bed one night, and you know how you do when you first get ready to drift off to sleep, and I don't know. I just thought it doesn't. this is like a cosmic joke to me, this life. A cosmic joke. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense how we got here, why we got here. Just happened out of the blue with no choice about it. You just plopped here. I don't think you were predestined to be here or anything like that. I just think you didn't have a choice to be, but you were. And that goes back to the very beginning too. I'm going back way back, not just me. I'm talking about existence itself.
Yep.
But and then I started thinking about. From there, I started thinking about this heaven concept, and I'm thinking about the word eternity, and I don't like that word. It's scary. I don't know if I ever want to be eternally alive. In a perpetual state of life. I don't know. I just don't know, because you don't know what kind of life that's going to be, number one, in the afterlife. If there is one, which I don't think there is, but if there was one, you're not certain what it's going to be. So I was just sitting there kind of frozen in the bed thinking, God, infinity? Eternity? No. That doesn't sound good to me. So that's my thoughts on that. And what was the second question?
If you had any supernatural encounters, I think, right? Yeah.
Or experiences, yeah.
Or experiences more so, yeah.
None at all. None.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, interesting stuff. But really, like, you really break down, you really articulated like the form of existential anxiety that I think everyone here has faced one point in their lives of like, damn, like this is, I don't know, like you've definitely captured the uncertainty of like you find yourselves, in some moments in time. That's really cool. Yeah.
And especially when you when you didn't choose to exist, then you're thrown into infinity, eternity. So that's why I'm of the belief that when you die, that's it. It's finality.
Yeah.
You're thrown in here like a bomb, okay, and you go out like a bomb.
Yeah. Very, very good stuff. Yeah. Well, yeah.
The Earth Dogs, you're woeful quiet there.
I'm just listening, man. I've actually found today's discussion really interesting. Yeah. And I didn't want to jump in on what Patsy was saying, because that's obviously something that's quite emotive for us. I didn't want to sort of cut that off in any disrespectful way. That's why.
Bless your heart.
All right, who else? We were talking about joy.
Joy. Oh, joy. Yeah, joy is a pretty elusive thing to me too. But now that you mentioned death, like I don't think I gave like my own thoughts on death. Is that I don't worry about death. I take what they call a Epicurean view on death. Like it's not here yet. But what I do fear sometimes is how I die, not death itself. Because to me, death itself is just blank. You don't see it. You don't experience it. Yeah. But like dying kind of fills me with some dread, because like is my process of going away going to be painful or painless? That's what I think about sometimes too. It's not the very idea of like being dead itself, because you don't have any sensory bodily functions anymore. I'm not going to be aware of anything, but like the process of dying does kind of sometimes creep into like my head a lot too, because especially the fact that I have a history of Alzheimer's and dementia. And like my grandma, her mind is completely gone. Sometimes she like calls me like the family dog name sometimes, and she calls like my dad her brother. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Yeah. So yeah, and like my dad says that's hereditary, because like her father went through that too, but hers was so bad. His time period was so bad that he was sent to like a mental hospital in Peru. Which imagine going to in like a shrink in a third world country. It was horrible. Like yeah, it's pretty horrendous. So I might suffer, but like I don't worry about that. I'm 25 now. That only happened like in my late 60s, early 70s. So I still got a good time left of like cognitive awareness, you know.
Well, I think it's good. There's different forms of death. You got accidental death. It's on the
Yeah.
spot.
I almost faced an accidental death actually.
And that's actually the best kind, I think.
Yeah, because you don't expect it, and it's usually fast. Because my near death experience was in a car accident about 2 years ago, and it completely totaled the car. We had to get a new one, and I had to go to like a physical therapy for a month and a half. I had to do chiropractor, and the car was completely total. Like if you saw the car, you would have think that I died. And seriously, it was that horrific. It was a Jeep that hit us with like a steel iron like grid on it on the hood, and we had a small like a Nissan, and those things are not too big, you know. So yeah, definitely. But no injuries. I survived. I'm still here. Just got a sprained neck here and there. Yeah, I don't know how I like made it out of that, you know. But it didn't really shift my epistemology to like include anything else besides what I already knew and believed at that time. Yeah, about like other philosophical concepts. Yeah, because I'm not the only person who like survived a car crash daily. But a lot of half of other people die, so it was a gambit, and I just had the other side of that gambit. It's really a split gambit between either you're gonna survive a car crash or not. Because I knew someone who died in a car crash like 10 years ago.
But I don't know, but as far as natural death is concerned, people say, well, she died of natural causes or he died of natural causes. Well, natural, you know what natural causes is, don't you? I mean, that's
of course,
what that
like
is.
death, like your old age, cancer, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Old age.
Well, no, it's actually natural causes. Cancer is not natural cause. That's a disease, but a natural cause would be like just organ failure is what it is.
I know, like, and that's associated with like old age, like sometimes, but not all the time. Yeah.
And that's not gonna feel good either.
No, of course not. It's gonna hurt.
Because that's what my daddy died of. He had kind of like a pre-existing thing going on, but he actually died naturally of the organ failure, and it's not as I took care of him while he was, the last few years, and I saw what he was going through. And it's a certain amount of suffering there. You're gonna go through it.
Of course, yeah.
And but nobody will know it
I've actually
unless you go through it.
Absolutely, yeah. I actually saw someone on their deathbed. It was my grandfather. He was the stepdad of my dad, but he married my grandma, who now has Alzheimer's, and he was the second husband that she got with, and she had kids with him. But he was like the step grandpa for me, and he was cool actually. He was nice. He was all right. He knew how to fish. He took me fishing, but he died of like kidney cancer because his skin turned completely yellow, and he was on like his deathbed, and he couldn't get in time to like the transplant list, so he was just dying on his bed. And I saw him one last time, and he said, "Oh, hi, how you doing?" He used my previous name because I wasn't who I am now. He used my previous name back then. How are you doing, buddy? Give me a kiss, blah blah blah. And it's like, I knew you would come. I knew out of all the people you would come. And I was like, yeah, I know. And I didn't know what he mean by that. It's kind of weird. And then like 3 weeks later, he died like of like the failure. He died at like 65. Kind of young, I guess, or like kind of, I don't know.
That is
Yeah. He died at that age. And it was the one of few times where I saw my older brother cry, like bawling. I'd never seen him cry before, and he was crying a lot. So was my dad. But those are like the two people in my life that barely show any emotion. They're usually very stoic, very hard-faced, very stubborn to show emotion, very like cold stone. But like when he was dying, they were like bawling their eyes out. I was not bawling my eyes out because I didn't really know him, because like he periodically only showed up in my home in America. He's from Peru. My family's Peruvian, but he stayed there primarily. But he died in America, in NYC. So because he had family there, we had family there already. So yeah, he just yeah. So I didn't cry because I didn't really know him too well. Yeah, but like it was so. Looking back at it, I was encountering like a near dead man, you know, because he died like 2 weeks later, and his skin was completely like beige and yellow. He lost all of like his pigmentation on his skin. It just became like a huey, foggy yellow. Even his eyes turned yellow. It was pretty bad.
They call that jaundice.
Yeah,
Jaundice, thank you, jaundice. Yeah, he looked. Well, I'm not trying to offend him in the dead, but he looked like a zombie.
right. Well, that's what happened. You know, just you know,
And I was kind of scared.
blood doesn't circulate. Your legs lose their circulation. You know, and then the organs fail, kidneys. You know, I don't know. They lose all kinds of weight. You know.
Yeah, he was pretty skinny. Like he kind of freaked me out when I saw him on his deathbed. Not trying to be mean again, but like, you know, he did kind of when he
Well,
tried
the
to.
more you'll see of that kind of thing. So, you know.
Huh?
The longer you're alive, the more you'll see of that kind of thing closer.
Oh yeah. But I was 8 years old when this was happening. So an 8-year-old isn't going to like understand what is a jaundice. You know, I'm not going to understand what that is. But now I do understand that that's a part of human life, of course.
That was hard to see at 8 years old. I don't think I could have handled that at 8 years old.
Yeah.
Sorry, what type of jaundice are we talking about? Is that the yellow things that happen?
Yeah, the skin. His skin was literally almost like he almost looked like a Simpsons character almost.
Yeah, but that's caused by failing liver, isn't it? Right?
Or I don't know if it was liver. The kidneys.
No, it's kidneys or liver. Yeah, because it's basically the toxins in your body aren't being filtered properly.
Yeah.
So your body tries to expel it that way.
Yeah.
Do not go quietly into the night.
We were talking about joy.
Rage,
We're talking about joy before, what causes
against
joy.
the dying of the night.
Is that from Dylan Thomas?
Do you know what? I can't remember.
I'm going to share a story about my dog. He died a few years back, but before he died, a friend of mine had 6 dogs. And I said, gee, that would be great he's, you know, here by himself a lot with me, but wouldn't it be great for him to experience other dogs? Because, you know, I thought dogs like other dogs and everything. OMG. Well, I have this very unique relationships with my animals. When I have them, I can almost hear their speech. I can hear them talk. So we're in the car on the way up there, and I'm explaining what we're going to be doing. And he's just kind of like looking at me like, and I just kind of like didn't say anything. I get him up there. The other animals are acting like off the charts, crazy, so excited to see him. And he was just sitting there going, oh my goodness, if you don't get me out of here. And it came time for us to finally leave at the end of the day. And he said, don't you ever do that again. Because he just he was not like them, nothing like them. No discipline or anything. They didn't have any discipline. They didn't know, you know, rules of engagement, let's just say. It was funny. I never brought him back up because I knew he wasn't going to, just not going to do that. It wasn't good. But yeah, it was funny though.
I thought about that too one time. When not much. That's maybe a fleeting thought, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise it.
Maybe I should get another one before he, you know, passes away later on. But I thought, Preston would not like that. No, he's too much of. He's one child. He's one child, only child. You know. I mean,
Ladies, can I ask?
all of my attention on him. You know, just,
I think that he would tend to want to leave faster because he would think you'd wanted him replaced. So I wouldn't advise it either.
no, that I thought, are you crazy? You shouldn't have done that. And so I said, no, I dismissed that immediately out of my head. I said, I'll never do that.
Ladies, can I ask? Now that you've reached a certain stage in your life, my ex-partner, she's firmly of the opinion that there's no point in having a man in her life at all, and that they're totally useless. Would you concur with this opinion? Is there a point in having a man in your life at your stage in life?
That's a loaded question.
Patsy, go ahead. I'd love to hear your answer to this.
I'm a radical feminist.
Wow. What a question.
I'll tell you, I got divorced in 2003. Okay. So it's been what, 23 years now? I have a man that I have known since 2009, and it's a kind of a strange relationship. It is like I could talk to him about anything. Like a soulmate, more or less, in a man's form. But it's not sexual at all. It is like a beautiful friend, beautiful man. He does things for me. He cuts my grass. He goes to the grocery store. He gives me things. Showers me with love. But it's not sexual at all, and I'm fine with that. So yes.
If he cooked, keep him.
He can cook, but I normally cook because I enjoy it. But he's a wonderfully hearted person, a beautiful individual, and he's a man. And and I tell you what, I feel blessed just having him in my life. He's not the stereotypical what you say, well, he's your husband or something. But he's a man that I dearly love and love having in my life, sharing life with, and calling my soulmate friend love. So yes, I think it's very valuable. And actually, I've had more male friends than I have female friends in my life. Looking back, I've always had male friends than female. I'm sorry, I interrupt somebody.
How about Divine? What's Divine's take on that?
Well, Clint had to chase me for the longest time because I had 2 sons at the time, 3 jobs, jury duty, and I was all into that 110%. There was nothing else that was going to distract me. And oh gosh, when I was taking care of his dad in the hospital, he just would come in early when he didn't really need to be there, and he would just be sitting there just like staring at me like I was the only person ever alive, and I just felt really uncomfortable. And finally he kept saying, I would like to take you out. And I said, look, all right, let's just get this over with and done. You'll go on one date and it's going to be lunchtime during the day in a group of people. And I wanted to feel safe. And I said, and then you'll get it over with, and then we'll proceed from there. And we were sitting there at lunch. It was very conversational, like he was, which I didn't know at the time, but he loved to talk, and he had really good opinions, had a really good head on his shoulders. I enjoyed the encounter very much, but I got a whisper in my ear that said, "This is the man." And I went, are you kidding? Yeah, this is the man. And I went, okay, we'll go with it because my intuition always is right. I don't make very many mistakes. And the reason why is because I'm very hard on myself. It's like I don't have time for it when I've got 2 children, 3 jobs, and so forth. So when it came time for us to decide whether we were going to continue, he looked over at me and was like, well, do you think we'll have another date? And I said, yeah, you're going to have a hard time getting rid of me now. And he was so happy from that. And I saw him daily because of being taking care of his dad. He was very cordial. He was not rude. He was just happy that we were going to continue. And I told him, I said, it would have to be contingent on the point that, we can't just pursue something, like this until we can be in it in a wholehearted way. I said, I enjoy intelligence. I said, I'm not one for stupidity on any level. And if you can roll with that, we can see where this goes. And I think it was 2 years later, his dad passed away. And we just kept seeing each other, spending time, going places, bringing my sons with us because that was a package deal. I made him perfectly aware of that. But I remember that day at lunchtime very specifically, like it was the only time I've ever had to remember something. And I condensed exactly what he said to me and I wrote it down when I got home. And you know what? Today I read it now that he's gone. And it's exactly what I needed him to say to me that my father also said to me that he would say. My biological father, not. Yeah, he said that he was going to say something very specific to me and I would know that he was the one. And he did, he ended up saying it. So yeah, it lasted for over 36 years. He was an amazing, amazing man.
But you
Not
never
like everybody else. Very in contact with his inner child, believe me.
So he was more or less like your partner, not your husband, right?
He was my divine counterpart.
There you go.
We were meant to be.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Because I think there are a difference in soulmates, and I think there's a difference in divine counterpart. I think there's a difference in, connections or whatever other people say. That it's just a different connection.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I use the wrong word, soulmate. That's kind of a, what do you call it? Cliche. But it's just like you say, it's a connection that you feel so connected to him, you could say anything to him.
Exactly.
And it wouldn't offend him. You wouldn't be offended. It's just like
Exactly.
it's an intimacy there. And I'm not talking sexual, I'm talking about mental, psychological, inward intimacy.
We negotiated every aspect of our relationship together. We sat down and actually negotiated what we were going to do as chores and what we weren't. Because I did not move in with him until we met in 1990, and we did not live together until 2000. Because I had other commitments that I had to make sure were completed and so forth. I was taking care of an elderly woman at the time, and we didn't have time for that. And I had to be where she was, not she be where I was. Because when someone's at the end of their life process, they do not make changes. You make changes if you want to take care of them. So that was my priority at the time. And so yeah, he cooked, I cleaned. He vacuumed, I did laundry. It was all negotiated. It was wonderful.
Christine, do you want in on this conversation? I'm not sure if you do.
Oh, what's that? You have dogs?
The whole thing about having a man in your life. I don't. You're a woman, so I just
Oh.
wanted to see. But I understand the circumstances.
Oh yeah, I want a woman in my life, but I like having guy friends. I have friends like I have guy friends, so I have a lot of men in my life. Yeah, I don't see an issue with it. What's wrong with that? I don't know.
Rocking. So Liam, just back to you, mate. I'm just wondering what the impulse for that question was.
Well, she's of the opinion where she's decided she doesn't need a sexual partner anymore, and that looking at her life and the things that actually she derives happiness from, and this is what we were getting back to in the first place, were her children and her pets, and decidedly not her male partner. And she had arrived at the conclusion after having another long relationship that actually there was no point in chasing or having a male partner, because he served no purpose at all. As far as I'd describe her as an alpha female. She was a lawyer and really on top of her game. So in many ways, she could look after herself. Why would she need anyone else? And I just wondered whether that was true of
And she put up a shelf.
her. Yeah. That's
Prince's been gone
what
for
prompted the
14
question.
years, and he hasn't been replaced. So there's something said to that.
I've always been curious as to when men and women, whether in relationships or marriages, or not, or single, when they stop having sex or wanting to have sex. And I remember as a child,
What's this talk about stopping, not wanting to have sex? Where did that come from?
I think it's more to do with the menopause, really. I'm not sure that, but that seemed to be.
No,
I didn't know. Go carry on.
Well, as a kid, I remember asking my mum whether my grandparents still had sex, and they were in their 50s at the time, and she said yes, probably. And I was always curious as to when, at what point, human beings become disinterested in having sex, and if that applies to both men and women. Because I hear stories of, like, so for example, my dad's 64, and my dad, I'm fairly certain, probably hasn't had sex in nearly 20 years. And I also hear stories of, dirty old men in their 90s in care homes saying to the carers, "Go on, love, get me off," type of thing, who is still very much up for it. And you have women that are well into their 70s and 80s that still seem to want to have intercourse, right? And then other women don't. So it seems, is it solely based on biology? I don't know. Is there? My dad has seemed to have lost interest in sex because he has found martial arts. My mum and my dad broke up, and he was at a point in his life where he didn't feel the need to seek a partner out for an intimate relationship. So yeah, I've also been curious around those things. So
well, you said he took up martial arts, right?
well, he's always done some form of martial arts. I think he had a bit of a sabbatical. Well, he did for a long time when he met my mum and he had us and whatnot. But no, martial arts doesn't sound nowhere near as fun as sex. You're absolutely right. But my dad has been able to cull or nullify or overcome his because I think men probably biologically, as long as everything is still in working order, probably want to have sex right until the point that they're not physically capable. Well, even when they're physically not capable, they may still get the urge. But I think perhaps that changes somewhat for women, but not for all women potentially. I don't know. I'm also not a woman, so chastity, that is what it's called. Yeah.
I think definitely the sexual drive it lessens the older you get for
Yeah, it
men
does.
and women.
Yeah, it does.
However, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea of the data on it, but I'm there are definitely I don't know. I don't know the data, but I'm sure it's a case by case thing. Who knows? Your dad just probably thought, "Fuck it, I'll just focus on other things." I don't know. I don't know. But I know plenty of people as they get older that drive is always there. So take that for whatever it's worth.
Yeah. Yeah, but if I can give my own personal anecdote, Jack, my father doesn't have sex with his new wife, and they haven't had sex ever since I conceived of like my younger half brother. And that was like 12 and a half years ago, and they haven't had it any since. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
is it an intimate relationship still, or marriage? Or
No, they both hate each other. They're only together to make him. They're only together for like my brother. But as soon as he grows up, they're either. My dad plans to just take his son and go to Spain, and just live there without the wife. Yeah, that's his plan.
So that's actually really common. So my ex-partner Jen, we broke up finally. It finally ended last year. We lived together for a few years, and I don't actually think she's even divorced from her ex-husband yet, to be honest. And after they had their second child, when she was about 38, the intimate relationship basically disappeared, and she mostly realized, and that she wasn't in love with this man anymore, and but they stayed in the same house in separate bedrooms for the sake of the children for a long time. And I was the first person that she'd had sex with in 7 years when we got together. And she's 20 years older than me, so
Wow. Yeah.
I'm 28. She's 47. She'll be 48 soon. And
Wow. Okay.
one of the reasons why, I mean, I'm I still perhaps have some unprocessed feelings around that situation, because I loved her. I still do love her. I loved her very much, and we were soulmates. We were I don't know about, maybe even twin flames. I don't know. We were just, yeah, we and but my desire and my want, I mentioned this earlier, the thing that I want most in life above all is to have children, and we can't have children together. So it was inevitable that at some point we were going to have to go our separate ways.
Yeah.
So.
I can't say the same because that's not my highest priority in life to have kids. I don't plan to do that. But yeah, like it does suck, like for you that like you thought you had the one but you didn't. And I can't say huh?
I'm laughing because you're right. On some level, I did have the one, but I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
don't feel like you can take it or leave it, but don't feel bad if you ever do. You can always fill your life with other things, because I met a lot of people, men in my family, and they said they didn't want that stuff. So they just wanted to be like a bachelor and just go anywhere in the world and travel. And that's what my father wants to like do now after he retires. He plans to like leave his current wife. And I don't like her either. I actually hate her too. So yeah, my stepmom, I don't like her either. So he just plans to just leave with like his son and boom, go to Spain, because we already have like a lot of family there. I might relocate there later this year to start a new life, because I have family there. And I was there last year.
What a wonderful collaboration, though. Had you not met her, had he not met her, even though she was older and was not able to have children, he understood love at a different level, and now he knows what to look for. So when you connect with someone like that, and they're not in alignment with what you need to have or what you need to create to make your life bigger and better, they show you a love that you've never had before. And without that connection, you would never have it.
What you've said there, you're really intuitive, and you've really read that really well, because that woman taught me so much about myself. I became I started my path on what Carl Jung calls the individuation process. I started becoming my authentic self, and I really started my inner child work and my self-discovery properly and thoroughly and authentically when I met that woman. She showed me real love. She showed me how to love, so how to love someone back, how to be honest, how to be faithful. She showed me my shadow. She pointed out things in a way that was helpful. We very rarely argued or bickered, and you're absolutely right. She has, it was. I believe it was meant to be in at that time. You know, she's part of my story. She's part of my journey, and yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. She's had probably a bigger influence on me becoming a man and a well-rounded person than what either of my parents ever have.
What a blessing.
And do you know what's really funny, right? I'll tell you a little story. So this is about 3 years ago. My mother and I and Jen, my ex-partner, Jen and I always used to get really frustrated that my mum used to say to me, like, Jack, I gave birth to you. I know you better than anybody in this world. And I always think in my head, you have got no idea who I am half the time. What I intuit, how I feel, what I perceive, what I think about. You know me as a 10-year-old boy, and that is it. And you didn't even know me very well as a 10-year-old boy. But she would always say this, and I used to talk to Jen about it. And I remember when my mum, Jen, and I, we were walking the dogs, and my mum said that thing again. She said, Jack, I'm your mother, and you know, I know you better than anybody else. And Jen and I just turned and looked at each other, and we were just sort of like rolled our eyes like, yeah, because she knew as well that she just hadn't got a fucking clue. And it's like, the person that knows me better than anybody else is actually the person next to you, and her name is Jen, you know. And that's not to say that my mum doesn't know who I am, and doesn't, and you know, because she does, and she does see things in me that I don't see in myself, and you know, because that's part and parcel to, you know, we can't always see everything about ourselves through self-reflection and awareness. There is always a shadow element that other people unconsciously react to or consciously react to and pick up, you know. So
but I was listening to you earlier, Jack. I mean, that sounds like something a mother would say when they know that they're losing their grip on their child and the sense of control, having learned, getting to a stage in life where she realizes that letting go is becoming more and more increasingly the only option.
And it's amazing what pillow talk can do. It really brings out an aspect of you that you feel safe when you're laying beside someone and you're looking in their eyes and you're just sharing. So there's an intimacy that happens there too when that comes about.
That's right. Yeah. And that very much is the case with my mum as well, is that my mum lost out a lot in my childhood, and she resents herself for it, and she beats herself up for it, and she unconsciously tries to recuperate that in the present moment today, but doesn't often realize that her unconscious behavior is relative towards me, is relative to, you know, the age at which she lost out on. Like you were saying, she's being like that because she's losing grip on the fact that she, you know, she can't make up that time anymore because that time has come and gone, and she's constitutionally incapable of we don't have an adult parent relationship, you know. The biggest parent in my life, and this is relevant to the inner child, right, is that I parent myself today because my parents never parented me as a child properly in the way that I would parent my children, right? And my mum knows that to some level, consciously, but unconsciously there is a whole ocean of behaviors and frequencies and vibrations that just, you know, resonates. You're a child, and that is the relationship that we have. And the inversion is actually the reality, is that I'm actually the adult in the relationship, you know. And you know, and this is all stuff that has been known in clinical literature, you know, by people like Jung and Freud for a really long time, actually. And people really, the difficult thing that I find with modern day psychology is it's incredibly empirical and factual, and everything is like smack bang in the middle, medium, the average, the category, and that's really not how, in my opinion, what psychology is. Everyone has a subjective experience of the world and their mental health. And Jung wrote a book, one of his last books, called Modern Man in Search for Soul. He says the problem we have today in modern psychiatric system is that we have the DSM didn't exist then, but the Diagnostic Manual for Statistical Mental Illnesses and Disorders, everything is fit into this category, right? So that's OCD, that's BPD, that's bipolar, that's schizophrenia, that's ADHD, that's, I can go on and on and on. And I'm not saying that those things aren't real, because clearly they are in some fashion, but what they are is just a constellation of ways of being. And we treat the psychiatric system treats everything in such a narrow average sort of way, in exactly the same way. And the point I was trying to make is Jung was saying is that the modern psychiatric system treats everything on the average man, the average illness. This is what we see, on average. But when you really want to heal somebody, you have to put that to one side and deal with someone on an individual basis, because they are individual. And
all this talk about Jung is interesting, but I mean, you are spiritual, and so was he. Have you ever thought all his talk of this, collective unconscious, this intangible kind of spiritual place where all our ideation is, or all our thoughts come from, and it's the inspiration for our lives? Have you ever thought that there's no need for any of that? That you could have. I mean, I said something before on this channel and on Medium. You could just accept that we have subjective experiences, and we talk to each other. We make our mark in reality with our words, either spoken or written. We make our mark on reality with our actions. Yeah. And the actual collective unconscious is unnecessary, because what we're actually doing is causing a ripple of effects in a very real reality that is tangible. And you can talk to people here, you can write stuff down, you can start projects, you can go into politics, you can do whatever you want and affect the future. We don't need to resort to pointing at something that we cannot see, the collective unconscious, to say that each and every one of us can have an effect on the future and on how others perceive reality using our own subjective experience. It doesn't need a woo-woo, as I said, collective unconscious. It can be done pragmatically and with real world evidence.
Yeah, of course. Pragmatism is something I've been really interested in, like the philosophy of pragmatism and neo-pragmatism.
So D&W, I take your point, and anyone who knows me knows that I'm, a staunch materialist. But as Billy Connolly is on record as saying, I mean, he, anyone who knows anything about Mr. Connolly, the big un, he's all about rational discourse as well, yada yada. But he did a really interesting interview where he talked about woo, and he said that as he gets on in life, he actually becomes more interested in woo, and he sees more value in it. Not that it's real, but that it does provide. It's a way that I think humans explore stuff that we just can't. I don't know. It's not real, but there is value in it. Like Jack was saying earlier.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Me and Cougar Jim were talking about, I think it was yesterday, and I was saying perhaps he was saying the same thing, and I was saying, well, perhaps the woo is like this kind of canvas that we go to when we can't really understand things, but we go and throw things on a canvas in our mind's eye, and basically we try and get motivation from this place that maybe isn't real, maybe is real. But
Well, perhaps
still,
the whole thing is just a recognition of the fact that we just are incapable of true understanding.
Yep. Epistemic humility.
Truth.
And I think that's an important thing. Like Jack was saying earlier, and I can't remember who had a crack at him, but Jack, you said that you're a Christian, but you made the point quite clear up front. It was your personal subjective belief, and that was that you don't have proof for it.
Yes.
And I respect that. I think, it's when people cross the line saying they present stuff as a fact or they try to dictate how others should behave. That's where I would jump in. But, we're all in the gutter. We all don't know anything. And even the Jungian idea, appealing to Jung to create the framework. Like for myself, I look to the Dhammapada basically as my framework. I'm not saying it's, I don't know, the spiritual content I'm pretty sure is bullshit. But there's a lot in there which for me, it resonates, but I'm not going to go around saying it's true. And I'm not going to go around dictating that other people should be guided by it either. I just think we're all lost in our own incapacity and defective perception that, the woo can be valuable, but
yes, absolutely.
I think it's important to.
So just quickly, and the point I was trying to make as well at the end as well, what I was talking about Jung was not specifically related to his works on the collective unconscious. It was more about his observations from a clinical perspective, being an active practitioner in psychiatry in the 20th century for decades, is that our current psychiatric system treats everyone as a statistic or an average. And I don't see any evidence from my experience and my perspective that the psychiatric system, especially in the UK and in the West, does any good. And it's because it treats everything exactly the same. It puts things into categories and just goes, that category needs this, that category needs that. And Jung was saying that it's great to create statistics and to analyze things and to build frameworks for illnesses, but for mental conditions you need to treat every patient individually, because they have their own individual path to that mental disorder or that mental.
But I think they do. I think they do. I think I don't know what you're. I mean, they do. They do treat people.
Depends on who. Depends on
I
who.
don't know if they do, because
Well, they have to give you all a standard of care. I mean, they have to treat everyone equally in terms of giving them, efficient care. But obviously, the whole point of diagnoses and different forms of therapy is to try is realizing that people have different kinds of psychiatric conditions, psychological conditions, and therefore they need different kinds of care.
And I'd like to push back against Jack on that point. I think that these professions, they recognize their averages and statistical blah, 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 blah. I don't think they try and force people into those categories. I think those categories are used as a starting point for diagnosis, etc. And I'm not, but then again, I'm also not saying that every psychologist or whatever is that wonderful. There's probably just a lot of dickheads in there who don't know crap. Like these people who come out 25, 30 years old, I'm not going to go to fucking someone like that for counseling. Get lost.
Well, my cousin who did a rapid transformational therapy course in a weekend and then started charging people £500 for 1 hour sessions.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started. D&W.
Yeah.
Oh mate, I want some of that action. Where's this course?
Rapid transformational therapy. Basically, started middle class yuppies, people without any, white man problems, as they call it in the, on the internet, or first world problems, and you go in there and you tell them you can rapidly transform them into a state of mind that will better their existence, better their outlook, and charges a shitload of money for it. But did the course?
Yeah, it's amazing what some people would want. It's
a shitload of money for a pat on the back and a little gentle push.
What a scam!
It is a scam. Oh my God! Like I hate.
He does it in an hour. I'm gonna do it in half an hour.
Yeah.
By the way, I trolled him, and the cunt's gone and done he's got a degree now in psychology because I was trolling him.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got called a yuppie once. I went to Newtown and some old guy approached me and asked where I was from, and I was living in Neutral Bay at the time, and he called me a yuppie. I was like, the fuck is that? Anyway.
It's not something that we use much in the UK, that word anymore, to be honest. It's very much a 70s and 80s word for a posh person.
He was old. He was old. Well, I mean, I was living with my brother.
That was a few years back when I was a bit angry about that because I saw it as a kind of charlatan thing to do. I've somewhat cooled in my approach to the matter, though, at the moment, years later. Because I kind of realized that, there are rich people who have kind of non-problems going on in their heads that are affecting them. And, I suppose you do have to help them because otherwise those problems might snowball. So I suppose in some ways there's nothing wrong helping rich people, even if you think, it's an extortionate amount of money. If that's what they want to pay, that's what they want to pay. And if it helps them, it helps them. Whether you think they needed the help in the first place or whether you think, they were overcharged, doesn't really matter when the person is happy with the outcome and doesn't feel financially ruined.
Look, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again and again probably, but you can't outsource your inner, what am I saying? You can't outsource your understanding of life or coming to an understanding of life by paying other people. It's not going to happen. Or even not paying them, but going to their retreats or whatever. The only way that you can get on is to take control of it yourself. And again, I've said it before, learn how to meditate, focused on the breath, change your life. There you go. That's all I'll say there.
And that's why any psychotherapist worth their salt will tell you very quickly, if it's your first time in therapy, that they aren't the expert in the room. You are. This is all up to you. I'm here just to hold a space for you to discover what you need to discover. You know,
you have to be careful with these guys, because I mean, I would ask them in my first, if I was to go to one of these people, I would say, how do we know when I'm ready to no longer pay you? Like, what's your plan? How do we recognize when I no longer need your services? Because I've heard of people, they just, you know, I've been going to my therapist for years.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, there is I believe there is because I saw something online about a program you can do with like it goes to all different parts of your life, and you give a score out of 10 for them. You know what I mean? And therefore, I suppose you could say when you get to an acceptable score for each segment, you know, I can't remember what the segments are, but I suppose that's one way of doing it. But no, they don't all. I agree with you. They don't all have an exit strategy. They don't. Yeah.
No.
They have a kind of like come in and sit down, and you know, I remember when I was young, I went to a therapist, and the fucker, I was about 23 or something, and he told me to eat more fruit and veg. That was his fucking.
Which is ridiculous.
I was like working and I was partying and all that, but I mean, I was like, you fucking, like, that cost me what, 120 quid for that, you know? Fuck you, you know?
Yeah, I've been off by people like that before when I was younger.
Yeah, and this guy was recommended, and I did actually go to him a few times in 1 week. The cunt, you know, because he was recommended, you know. But obviously, the person who recommended me was a fucking idiot. And he was taking advantage of them as well. Luckily, I got the fuck out of there. I am ashamed to say that I gave him quite a bit of money in 1 week, you know. But he was a qualified psychologist and fucking psychotherapist, you know. All a load of bollocks. As the Earth Dog says, you got to be careful, because these certificates don't mean jack shit if the person's an arsehole. If the person's an arsehole, they're going to use those certificates to extract money out of you. And they don't really have the heart to help you. It's about lining their pocket. And there's a hell of a. I don't know how these people live with themselves, but I suppose they don't have a conscience.
No, they don't. They don't. DNW. No. Yeah.
I
Because
think a lot of them, when they are genuinely trying to help people, I don't think you
Well, no,
can say that.
obviously, yeah, a lot of them, but there are the bad eggs. I'm talking about the bad eggs.
Absolutely. Yep.
They're incredibly bad people out there in the world, and
yes, they will
you know,
abuse you.
I remember being astounded. Chickpea will probably back me up on this, but Chickpea, do you remember? You know the Metro paper and the free papers that we have in London.
Yes.
We used to. I don't know if they're still there, but when I used to be commuting on the tube, I picked them up, and it used to have like little classified ads, and there was always ads like "Ring Mr. Abungi for all life's problems."
Yes, I know. It happened to me. That's how I met my hypnotist.
It would just be a mobile number, and that's all the ads would say. And I used to think, what kind of a fucking poor cunt would ring that number? Nothing about his qualifications, nothing about what he specialized in. Literally just something like ring Mr. Yabungi for all of life's problems.
There are some real desperate people out there, man.
Chickpea, you rang him, or you rang somebody like that?
That guy that I met in London back in the 80s, the hypnotist, he was advertising in Miss London magazine.
Yeah, but what was the advertising like? What did
It was just come to me to stop smoking.
Oh, come to me. Well, at least that was kind of stated fucking objective and goal and whatever. But as I said, there's some really dodgy shit out there. There's people like as I said, just, you know, you've seen those ads. I don't know. I'd be surprised if they still exist, but yeah.
Yeah, they were horrible. Yeah, because in all of the therapists I went to, and psychologists, psychiatrists, all they did was like talk to me, and they just gave me pills, and that was the like extent of it. Like they were so unhelpful, and ever since then I've always been wary of like. Well,
I suppose that's it. I think the psychologists are there just to see if you're nuts enough to be given medication. If you are, they bring in the psychiatrist.
Yeah, but no, like almost every one of them I've been to, they all just kind of blended into.
The psychologists, at the end of the day, I think the psychiatrists kind of just scoff at the psychologists, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I get it
Because they kind of think, aha, it's all just fucking brain chemistry.
Can I?
Like-
I'm gonna throw something out there quite controversial, and I get a feeling that I'm gonna get quite a lot of pushback on this.
What?
But apart from some very niche cases, and excluding things like Alzheimer's and dementia, and brain injuries and physical injuries, but I believe that the vast majority of mental health disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar, depression, anxiety, ADHD. I exclude autism from this one as well. That confuses me a lot. But I think the vast majority of them are not real tangible things in the brain.
What?
I think well, yeah, exactly. You guys are
What
saying
do you mean? What do you mean, Jet?
What I mean is
It comes from
that
the brain, like.
No, I don't. I think that our neurochemistry is a reflection of how our experiences in the present moment and in the past, and how our soul animates our body. I believe, I genuinely believe that. So I have an ADHD diagnosis, and I don't believe that I have a pathology. I don't believe that my dopaminergic system is broken. I don't believe.
Well, with
that-
respect, you're a classic example of someone with ADHD, considering you just said a while back you were once addicted to drugs.
Absolutely. That's very, very, no, absolutely agree. That constellation of ways of being certainly fits the bill with ADHD. But is there a neurochemical thing in my brain that I was born with or somehow developed that caused it? No. Is it as a consequence of
By the way, I'm not
things
saying you
went?
definitely have ADHD. It could have been just trauma. I don't know. Something else drove you to it.
No, I got an ADHD diagnosis not very long ago in my adult life because I wanted prescription amphetamines. And I openly say that I have ADHD, but I say it in the respect that I have all the temperaments or all the ways of being that fit the bill for ADHD. My mom, I use my mom as an example. She has had numerous BPD, bipolar, schizotypal disorder, all these diagnoses, but actually what she is, and been on all sorts of antipsychotics and antidepressants and all this stuff, but all she is just an extremely traumatized human being. And everyone that I've met, and I've met a lot of people with some very severe mental health issues and disorders, every single one of them has had adverse life experiences.
Yeah.
And the medical system, the psychiatric system, treats it like you would if you've got what's the thing with blood glucose, insulin,
Diabetes.
No, when you've got diabetes, or you've got
Well, the thing is, whilst it may seem like you're saying the truth, the unfortunate thing is they do say all these mental illnesses have a physical reality. People call them mental illnesses. They're actually as physical as diabetes. Like, for example, depression is because your body doesn't produce enough serotonin.
But is it because your body's not
what do you call it, schizophrenia? That's apparently because you're not properly synaptically pruned. As you're aging, your brain is basically what happens as you're aging is your brain is as a children, our brains are alive all over the place, soaking up information and firing off in all different directions. But as we go through life, parts of your brain that you don't utilize are meant to die off, like the neural pathways are meant to burn off, and basically, synaptic pruning they call it. So basically, your brain becomes only like it becomes focused, streamlined to what you actually do in life, and that makes it more functional Your brain doesn't fly off in different directions that aren't helpful, and it makes life easier for you. It also makes sense evolutionarily speaking, because you're not wasting energy thinking about things that don't matter to you in your daily life. That is what is meant to happen, but it's been proven when they do brain scans on people with schizophrenia, their brains are not synaptically pruned to the same degree as people who don't have schizophrenia. So again, a physical illness. You can say the same thing about bipolar disorder, I'm sure, ADHD. It's something to do with this. I think it's the cerebellum at the back of the brain.
Prefrontal cortex. It's low dopamine in the prefrontal cortex. But I agree with you. But the point that I was trying to make is that I think the reason why the neurotransmitters, because this is what they are, right? Serotonin, dopamine, noradrenaline, GABA, all these things are neurotransmitters that basically jump between synapses in your brain, in your neural pathways. I think that these behave in a way as a consequence of your experiences, not because of some kind of illness that manifests.
I hear what you're saying, but the point is, Jack, it may seem like that, but put it this way, Jack. You have somebody who has a predisposition to anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, whatever one you want to pick out of the hat, and you have other people that don't. You give them the same experience, okay? Some people come away unaffected by the experience. People with a predisposition to depression will come away saying the experience made them depressed. It wasn't the experience. It was actually the genetic predisposition to depression that made you depressed. That's a sad, brutal truth. The depression, the experience may be a trigger for it. Okay, it may be the initial thing that causes the overload, stress.
100%.
The point is, the people who didn't have that predisposition to depression didn't get depressed.
Yes,
from the same experience.
I was 100% predisposed to ADHD. So I think there are genes that make someone if you have certain genes, and I don't know what they are off the top of my head.
It's more likely it may be there may be multiple roads to it as well. That's the other
absolutely.
It may be like, for some people it's these genes, for other people it's these genes, and it may be like, I have a theory that ADHD might have multiple roads to it, that are not all the same.
Oh, well, absolutely. It's multifaceted. It's so nuanced, and I just get I do struggle with it, because mental health and not just mental health, mental disorders is I've had a lot of experience with it, with people in my life. I've fortunately managed to swerve it to a large extent. I have been on antidepressants before. I've been on, and they helped, absolutely helped. No doubt about it.
You're lucky.
I was very lucky.
Jack, what were you on? Jack, what were you on?
Sertraline.
Okay.
Yeah, which is called fluoxetine.
SSRI.
It's an SSRI.
Yeah.
Because it does boost. It does boost the serotonin it does prevent the reuptake of serotonin, so it stays in your brain.
Oh yeah, I know I'm on them.
Yeah.
I'm on paroxetine.
Yeah, and but I don't think it cures things in the long run.
No, it doesn't cure anything.
No,
I think
exactly.
there is a cure. To be honest, and I'm 71 years old, and I tell you, there is no cure. There's no cure.
No, absolutely.
I think living in this world is depressing.
There we are. I mean, there's the cause of most of the depression. I mean,
I'm not surprised we're depressed. We're all stuck in these cities with high-rise flats and cars. Not a bird to be heard.
Oh God!
Smile, my dear. Laugh, dance. Cuddle your 7 cats and have a cup of tea.
Trying to read Christian
Cheer up,
Sons.
cheer up, chickpea. Smile, my dear, let the bad days flee. Put David Icke on not knowingly, then laugh it off conspiratorially. Dance in your favorite hat like that. Curl up tonight with your 7 cats. Cheer up, chickpea, don't look so blue. Smile, my dear, the world needs you. Don't let the Archons get you down. They hate it when you laugh, they frown. Laugh till it echoes, dance round the flat. Fall asleep tangled in 7 warm cats.
I'm trying to show you my dog, but he won't.
No, we can't see your dog. It's too dark.
Oh, look at you.
Anyway, see, all it takes is making Chickpea laugh, and she's happy again. You know.
Look at this. No, it's this what makes me happy again. Look at her.
I think, guys, we're going to close up the Finding Gnosis shop for the day. It's been going on a long time.
Yeah, I've been
Please
asleep all this time.
bring all your purchases to the tills. Chickpea will do the checking out.
Just a quick
Thank
one.
you.
Do you guys do this regularly?
Yes. You can get to us on the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel.
Finding Notice YouTube channel.
Gnosis, Finding Gnosis. Yeah, you can
Oh,
see it in the
Finding-
top corner. Look, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, UW. You never guess what? I've only just woken up. I thought I'd have a nap. I've only just woken up. So I missed all
Mizu
this.
says that they love the cat. They love that cat.
Yeah, she's adorable. That's Lala. She's one of my. She's my favorite. I think no, they're all favorites. They're all favorites. So where's your dog, Jack? Let's see him.
Let me see if I can shine a light on him. Hang on a second.
But D&W, you help, you know, with all this.
Let me see if this light will. He is so incredibly cute and big and sleeps in bed with me.
Oh, good feet. Well done, you.
I'll make it bigger. 1 second. One second. There you go.
Say hello, Sonic.
Hello, baby. Oh, look at him.
He's a lean, mean, rabbit killing machine.
Oh, how gorgeous.
That's adorable.
Wow.
Okay, I suppose we'll do the to be expected closing round of remarks. So we just go around clockwise and give closing remarks for tonight's show. Divine, you're first. Would you like to give some closing remarks for tonight's show?
I think the show went relatively well. I want to give everyone that allowed what I was expressing today, and I'm glad everyone turned.
Can't hear you. You're dropping
That
in
it
now.
turned out really
Yeah,
well.
we can't hear you very well, Divine.
Yeah, my connections, I'm losing them for some
That's
reason.
better.
Oh, we've
That's
got a
better.
storm.
Start again.
We've got a storm coming through. We've got 6 or 8 inches coming of snow. So
Oh, are you talking about?
Thank you.
Sorry, you're talking about the weather. Okay, fair enough. Okay, she said she's got 6 or 8 inches coming. We better leave her to it. Jack, do you want to give your closing remarks for tonight's show?
I'm just going to say that I love you all, and I don't know any of you, and I'm very grateful that you've hosted this. And I just want to say that it's been really cool having my opinions and my perspectives challenged, and I hope when I come back next time I can remain humble and keep my ego and my arrogance in check and have further well-rounded debates, discussions and banter moving forwards. And it was lovely to meet you all. Thank you.
I hope to see you back then, Jack. Pat, and thanks, Jack, for your contribution. Patsy Klein, what would you like to say in closing tonight on the Finding Gnosis show? Patsy, you're muted. I'll give her one more go. It doesn't seem like she's in a position to talk. Fair enough. Pristine, do you want to give some closing remarks for tonight's show?
Yeah, stay in touch with your inner child, as they say. I don't know. Yeah, good night, everyone.
Okay. Yerf Dogs, would you like to say something in closing?
Yeah, it was an interesting discussion. Just as I go out, I'd like to harken back to what you were yakking on about before I came on. Alice Miller, for anyone who's been raised in dysfunction or what they now commonly refer to as narcissistic abuse, Alice Miller is a wonderful author. Her books, The Body Never Lies, For Your Own Good, Thou Shalt Not Be Aware, those kinds of books. If that's the environment you were raised in and you're having difficulty kind of sorting yourself out in your head, I would strongly recommend going there. That she's changed my life anyway. And so she's a wonderful resource, and I appreciate, Jack, you raised her in the discussion. Good on you, mate. So that's
What's her name again, yeah? What did you say her name was?
Her name is Alice Miller.
Alice Miller. I think
And the book that got me, the book that really turned me around, was The Body Never Lies. In the For Your Own Good and Thou Shalt Not Be Aware. I've probably read most of her works, but those three books for me were pivotal in my moving forward, shall we say. So I won't take up any more of your time.
Thank you for that, Yerf. Thank you for that. Liam, if you're still there, mate, would you like to give some closing remarks for tonight's Finding Gnosis show?
Well, we meandered from one topic to another and finally settled on an agreed truth, which I really enjoyed the journey participating in there. And thank you all for your thoughts. And it's been very interesting. I hope to hear your further thoughts on further things at future times. And thanks to the host very much, very well moderated and over and out. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, Liam, for joining us. It was great to have you here. You made some very insightful remarks.
Come here,
We hope
Preston.
you come back.
Come here.
Oh.
Was that Patsy?
Yes, it was.
Oh, Patsy, do you want to give your closing remarks, darling? Because I asked you to talk before,
Yeah,
but
I wasn't
you were muted. Go ahead, Patsy, your closing remarks.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute.
Oh, she's getting on her soapbox.
Oh,
wow. I'll show that.
No.
Little Cocker
Oh,
Spaniel, was
hello,
it?
baby. Oh,
1
gorgeous.
second. There you go. Look, we can see it.
Oh. There's no one in the
Very
world
nice.
as lovely as cats and dogs.
Oh, I'm gonna miss him too, Patsy.
See, he's the
Beautiful.
king. He's the king.
Yeah, he is.
The King
He's
Charles.
gorgeous.
The King Charles Cavalier, is it?
Gorgeous.
That's my baby, yeah.
Ah, yes.
Lovely.
Cute little eyes on him.
He's a doll baby. Anyway,
How old is he?
He'll be 14 in June.
Oh.
Wow.
But he doesn't act like it.
No, he has the life of Riley, I'm sure. He's well looked after.
Adorable.
Yeah, you tell him, baby. You
All
tell
right,
him.
buddy. What's his name?
Preston.
Preston. Nice to have you on the
Preston.
Finding Gnosis show.
It's
Preston.
a royal name for Preston.
Well, we hope Preston comes on again soon. We do like our furry friends here.
But
Good night, Preston.
I appreciated the opportunity to be on, and we all have an inner child, and we'll always have it. And we grow from it. Well, our inner child. It'll never disappear, but we grow from it. We grow into something new from it. We get to improve on it and learn from it. And that's what's so sweet about it.
Thank you very much, Patsy. Wonderful stuff. And lovely to see Preston as well.
He's gorgeous.
Yes. Chickpea, we'll leave Preston on whilst you give your closing remarks.
Thank you very much for being here, and I'm sorry I missed this evening. I'm going to have to go back to the beginning and watch it all tonight, so I won't be going back to sleep till 6 o'clock, I suppose. Anyway, thank you very much, D&W. I love you.
Thank you, Chickpea. All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you to everybody who joined. It was sad to hear some of you had harsh experiences. But, you know, just because your inner child grew up in a pile of shit doesn't mean the fruits of your labor can't bring beautiful gardens of joy and merriment for you and all. I do wish you all the very best with that. We will end the show. I'll play the outro. No, I haven't got a computer. I haven't got a camera on the desktop, darling. So I will play the outro and we'll call it a night, and we'll be back soon. Take care, everyone.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call.
Thank you, Retro.
We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin.
And you can stay on if you want to chat backstage.
Let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. May Gnosis bring you peace of mind.
Daisy, look. Here. 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 A little dog sitting there.
Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. May Gnosis bring you peace of mind.